In the chronicles of medieval England, where the echoes of conquest still clung to the soil, where dynasties rose and fell upon the swing of a sword and the breaking of an oath, there emerged one woman who dared to stake her claim to the highest seat of power. She was not merely a princess of England. She was not merely the daughter of a king. She was not merely the wife of an emperor. She was all of these, and more. She was Empress Matilda, the woman who stood at the edge of destiny, who challenged the immovable traditions of her time, and who fought to become England's first reigning queen. And yet, history remembers her not as the monarch she might have been, but as the claimant who was denied her crown. Her story is not one of simple triumph, but of struggle, an epic tale of ambition and betrayal, of courage and humiliation, of resilience that refused to yield even when fortune turned against her. It is the story of a woman who dared to grasp a crown in a world that told her she could not. The year was 1102. England was a kingdom still young in its Norman rule, forged in fire and blood by William the Conqueror only a generation before. The land was restless, its people torn between Saxon traditions and Norman overlords, its fields scarred by castles that rose like teeth of stone across the countryside. In this kingdom, soaked in conflict, yet rich in opportunity, a daughter was born to King Henry I and Queen Matilda of Scotland. They named her Matilda after her mother, but her destiny would stretch far beyond the cradle, beyond the court, beyond the borders of England itself. To understand her significance, we must first understand the world she entered. England had never known a woman to rule in her own right. Queens existed, but only as consorts, wives beside their husbands, mothers to heirs, symbols of alliance. The idea that a woman could sit alone upon the throne, could hold the scepter and issue decrees, could command armies and enforce justice, was almost unthinkable. And yet, in Matilda, her father Henry would one day see not just a daughter, but a successor. For Matilda was not only the daughter of Henry I, she was also the granddaughter of William the Conqueror, the Norman duke who had crossed the sea in 1066 and carved out a kingdom with fire and sword. That blood, hard, uncompromising, relentless, ran in her veins. She was born into a dynasty that had won England by force, and she would spend her life fighting to hold it. But fate would not make her path easy. Because she was a woman, every step she took toward power was weighed down by doubt, by suspicion, by prejudice. Kingship was a man's destiny. Queenship was a man's gift. For Matilda to claim the crown, she would have to shatter tradition, break through walls of opposition, and face the fury of those who believed a woman could never rule as a king. And so, from the very moment of her birth, her life was not simply her own. It was a thread in the great tapestry of dynastic politics. She was the instrument of her father's ambition, the hope of her house, the bargaining piece upon the board of empires. Even as a child, she was marked by destiny, destined for something greater, something perilous, something that would echo across centuries. Her story is the story of a crown never worn, yet never forgotten. A crown that slipped through her grasp, yet passed on through her blood to those who would rule after her. It is the story of England's first true female claimant, and the shadow she cast upon the monarchy forevermore. This is the story of Queen Matilda. The year was 1102. In the heart of England, a kingdom still healing from the scars of conquest and unrest, the walls of Westminster echoed with anticipation. Within the royal chambers, a child was born whose life would one day challenge the very foundations of kingship itself. She was named Matilda, after her mother Matilda of Scotland, a queen whose grace and lineage spoke of both tradition and legitimacy. Yet this was no ordinary birth. This was the birth of England's first legitimate heir to be born a woman with a claim strong enough to one day sit upon the throne. To understand the weight of this moment, one must look not only at the child herself, but at the world into which she arrived. England, in the early 12th century, was a land still consolidating the rule of the Normans. Only a generation earlier, William the Conqueror had crossed the Channel in 1066, claiming the English crown by sword and strategy. His conquest had forged a new nobility, one bound to him through loyalty, land, and blood. Yet even with this consolidation, unrest lingered. Saxon traditions remained in the countryside, whispered in the hills and villages, and nobles often harbored ambitions that could unsettle the delicate balance of power. In this kingdom, legitimacy was everything. The blood of kings conferred authority, and the recognition of that legitimacy was the invisible chain that bound nobles, knights, and clergy alike. A child born legitimate, born to the lawful queen and the recognized king, was more than a child. She was the embodiment of continuity, the guarantee that the kingdom would not fracture after a ruler's death. And Matilda, as the daughter of Henry I, carried this authority in her very veins. Her father, Henry I, was a man both feared and admired. Known to history as the Lion of Justice, he had inherited a kingdom riven with unrest, and through intellect, administration, and sometimes ruthless action, he had brought order to his realm. Henry understood the fragility of dynasties, and the death of his elder brother, William Rufus, had left a lasting imprint on his mind. He knew that heirs were the lifeblood of succession, and that a kingdom without a legitimate heir was a kingdom adrift in treachery and ambition. Thus, the arrival of Matilda was not merely the arrival of a daughter, it was the arrival of England's hope for the future. Yet even in the glow of her father's ambitions, the world was not kind to women in power. Kingship had long been the domain of men. The crown had been shaped by sword, law, and force, tools rarely entrusted to daughters. The thought that a woman could inherit the throne, command armies, and rule with the authority of a king was radical, almost heretical. And yet, in Matilda, Henry saw more than gender. He saw a child who could embody the legitimacy of his bloodline, who could preserve the continuity of Norman rule, and who could, if destiny allowed, secure England for generations to come. Her mother, Queen Matilda of Scotland, provided a lineage that strengthened this legitimacy. The Scottish royal bloodline brought with it not only prestige, but also ancient claims of nobility, connecting England to the storied past of Alba and beyond. In a world where alliances were forged and broken by marriage, this union of Norman and Scottish heritage made the young Matilda a living symbol of dynastic power, a bridge between peoples, and a vessel of hope for a kingdom still finding its identity. From the very first days of her life, Matilda was surrounded by the symbols of her inheritance. The tapestries on the walls depicted battles won and kingdoms claimed. The ceremonial halls of Westminster rang with the chants of priests, echoing the sanctity of her birth. Courtiers whispered of her future, both with hope and with cautious calculation. Even as a baby, she was not merely a child. She was a statement, a promise that the Norman line would endure, that England's crown would remain unbroken, and that destiny could be shaped by the blood that flowed through her tiny veins. This was a birth that carried the weight of history. It was a birth that would set in motion a chain of events shaping the kingdom for decades. Every step Matilda would take, every lesson she would learn, every alliance she would form, would be touched by the significance of that single moment. The moment she entered the world not as a mere princess, but as the living embodiment of England's future, as the first female claimant whose very existence challenged centuries of tradition. And so, the stage was set. In the quiet chambers of the palace, amidst the flickering candlelight and the hushed reverence of those who understood the importance of lineage, a girl was born who would one day challenge kings, endure civil war, and leave a legacy that would echo through history. Her name was Matilda, and though the crown would not come easily, nor without struggle, the world had already begun to recognize the magnitude of her birth. In the shadow of towering stone walls and candlelit corridors, the education of a royal child was no ordinary matter. For Matilda, daughter of Henry I and Matilda of Scotland, her earliest lessons were shaped not only by tutors, but by the very weight of destiny that lingered over her cradle. From the moment she could walk, her steps echoed with the expectations of two kingdoms, and from the moment she could speak, her words were trained to carry authority. Her world was a tapestry of languages, histories, and rituals. Latin, the language of the church, the courts, and the chronicles, was impressed upon her tongue while she was still young. It was not merely a subject to be learned, but a key unlocking scripture, law, and diplomacy. She would hear her tutors reciting prayers in solemn tones, their voices rising in echo beneath vaulted ceilings, while her small voice repeated the words with growing precision. Through Latin, Matilda was introduced to the weight of Rome's authority, the enduring power of law, and the memory of empires long gone yet never forgotten. History followed closely behind. By firelight, manuscripts were unrolled before her, depicting both the triumphs and failures of rulers past. She would hear of Charlemagne, who united vast realms under a single crown, of William the Conqueror, her own grandfather, who crossed the sea and claimed England with sword and will, and of saints and martyrs, whose sacrifices reminded her that power was never secure, and legitimacy was always contested. These stories were not bedtime tales. They were warnings, lessons, and examples. Every victory was a possibility for her future. Every downfall, a danger to be avoided. Her education did not end with the written word. Law and governance were woven into her daily training. She was taught the intricate systems that bound barons to kings, priests to popes, and subjects to rulers. Her tutors guided her through the delicate balance of power, showing her how authority was not merely commanded, but negotiated. She learned that a ruler must know the customs of the land, the rights of the church, the privileges of lords, and the expectations of the people. It was a heavy burden for a child, yet Matilda absorbed it with an intensity that marked her as different, as one set apart. Diplomacy was perhaps her most subtle training. In the court, words were weapons, gestures were bargains, and silence could speak louder than a decree. Matilda was taught to observe before she spoke, to weigh the tone of a sentence, and to recognize the unspoken language of power. In banquets and ceremonies, her young eyes followed her father's every move, his measured words, his commanding presence, the way nobles bent their will beneath his gaze. She studied this not with idle curiosity, but with the diligence of a student who knew one day she would have to wield these skills herself. Alongside these intellectual lessons, there was the careful schooling in courtly etiquette and ceremony. Every bow, every gesture, every placement at a feast or procession carried meaning. For a princess, grace was as vital as knowledge, and poise as essential as learning. The way she carried herself would be read as a sign of strength or weakness. She learned how to move with dignity, to speak with calm authority, and to command respect even in silence. And always, surrounding her, was the echo of governance itself, the ringing of bells from the cathedral, the murmur of clerics debating theology, the clash of steel from the training yard below her window. These sounds were not background. They were reminders of the kingdom outside her chamber, a kingdom she was tied to by blood and duty. Matilda's education was not simply about preparing her to be a lady of court. It was an apprenticeship for rule. Though no one would yet call her heir, and though the path before her seemed uncertain, her training forged in her a will as sharp as steel and a mind attuned to power. Childhood for Matilda was not a playground of innocence, but a crucible of preparation. Every lesson, every word, every ritual was part of the shaping of a woman who would one day stand against kings and demand a crown of her own. The English court of the early 12th century was no ordinary household. It was a theater of power, a crucible of rivalries, and a stage upon which alliances were forged and destroyed in a single whispered word. For the young Matilda, life within these walls was her greatest education. Her tutors had given her knowledge, her prayers had given her discipline, but it was here, in the court of her father, King Henry I, that she first witnessed the shifting sands of ambition, the veiled faces of loyalty and betrayal, and the intricate dance of politics that would shape her very destiny. From her earliest years, Matilda observed the movements of nobles and courtiers with a child's curiosity that soon became something sharper, something more deliberate. She was not a passive witness, but an eager student of power. At banquets, she would sit quietly beside her mother, watching how words were exchanged as carefully as blows upon a battlefield. A smile might conceal a threat, a toast might carry a bargain, a jest could disguise an insult. Nothing in court was spoken in innocence, and even laughter could be a weapon. Her father, Henry I, ruled with a stern and calculating hand, a king both feared and respected. He was known as a man of law, a king who could balance brutality with pragmatism. To the lords and barons who circled his throne, Henry was both protector and predator. To Matilda, he was an example of how kingship was never secured by blood alone, but by vigilance, strength, and intelligence. She watched him dispense justice in the great hall, where peasants brought grievances and nobles sought favors. His judgments were sharp, his punishments decisive. In those moments, Matilda absorbed not only the mechanics of rule but the performance of it, the way authority had to be projected as much as enforced. Her mother, Queen Matilda of Scotland, offered a very different influence. Pious, gentle, yet shrewd, she was beloved by the people and respected by the clergy. From her, young Matilda learned the importance of appearance and virtue. A queen could not only command through force, but through reverence. Where Henry was the stern hand of law, her mother was the guiding spirit of mercy and sanctity. Together, they represented two halves of power, authority and grace. Matilda grew between these influences, absorbing their lessons and shaping within herself a vision of rule that was both uncompromising and deeply aware of perception. Yet the English court was never a place of harmony. It was a battleground of ambition, where noble families schemed for influence and position. Rivalries simmered beneath the surface, alliances shifted with the tides of fortune, and whispers in corridors could carry more weight than proclamations shouted in the hall. Matilda, even as a child, was not shielded from this. She saw the way courtiers bowed to her father with smiles that did not reach their eyes. She heard the subtle venom in their words when speaking of rivals. She learned that loyalty could be bought, and that betrayal could hide behind the softest voice. As the daughter of a king, she was herself an object of intrigue. Nobles measured her with calculating glances, wondering what alliances her hand in marriage might secure, what claims her blood might carry, and what role she might play in the great game of dynastic politics. Even before she could fully comprehend it, Matilda understood that she was more than a child. She was a symbol, a pawn, and potentially a queen. Ceremonial occasions became her training ground. At feasts, she was taught where to sit, when to speak, and how to conduct herself with dignity. At processions, she walked in her mother's shadow, learning the weight of ritual and the importance of spectacle. In audiences with foreign envoys, she was taught to listen, to smile, and to remember. All of this was part of her apprenticeship, not only in being a princess, but in becoming something more. Responsibility, too, found her early. While still young, she was given small tasks that carried great symbolic meaning. She might be asked to present a gift to a foreign envoy, to speak a blessing before a feast, or to sit in solemn silence beside her father during moments of judgment. These experiences impressed upon her the reality that even the slightest gesture of a royal child could ripple outward into politics and perception. For Matilda, the court was both a home and a proving ground. It was filled with magnificence, banquets that dazzled with silver goblets and roasted meats, halls adorned with banners and torches, the air thick with music and laughter. But beneath the splendor lay danger. A single misstep could become a scandal. A single word could become a weapon. Here, she learned to move carefully, to watch, to wait, and to understand the currents that swirled unseen beneath the surface. This world of intrigue and spectacle left a deep mark upon her. Childhood for Matilda was not an age of innocence, but an initiation into the realities of power. The rivalries she saw in the court would echo in her own struggles for the throne. The whispers she heard in the corridors would become the whispers that judged her claim. The lessons she absorbed here, of vigilance, grace, responsibility, and resilience, would become the weapons she wielded in the battles of her life. In the end, the English court was not merely a backdrop to her youth. It was the forge in which her resolve was tempered, the stage upon which her destiny was rehearsed. And though she could not yet see the storms that awaited her, Matilda left her childhood court with a heart sharpened by intrigue, a mind honed by observation, and a spirit unshaken by the shifting winds of fortune. The turning of history often comes not with the clash of armies or the triumph of kings, but with the silent tragedy of a single night. For Matilda, that night came in the year 1120, a night that would forever change the course of her life and the fate of England itself. Her brother, William Adelin, the only legitimate son of King Henry I, was the golden hope of the dynasty. Groomed from birth to inherit the crown, William was the child upon whom England's future rested. He was barely into manhood, but already he carried the title of Duke of Normandy, and he bore the weight of expectation with pride. To Henry, William was not only a son, but a symbol of stability, proof that the Norman line would continue, unbroken, from William the Conqueror to the generations yet to come. But fate is a cruel and merciless master. On the 25th of November, 1120, William boarded a vessel that would be remembered forever in infamy, the White Ship. It was the pride of the Norman fleet, sleek, swift, and manned by sailors renowned for their skill. That night, the harbor at Barfleur in Normandy was alive with music, laughter, and the heady celebration of youth. The white ship carried not only William but many of the realm's young nobles, sons and heirs of the great families of England and Normandy. Wine flowed freely, torches flared, and the night seemed filled with promise. But beneath that revelry, destiny waited with its hand already poised. The ship set out late, its passengers already in high spirits, the crew emboldened by drink. The harbor lights faded into darkness, and the vessel cut swiftly across the black waters of the channel. Yet in the midst of laughter and song, disaster struck. The white ship struck a hidden rock beneath the waves, its hull torn open in an instant. Panic erupted. Screams tore through the night as icy waters rushed in. Noblemen, knights, and servants alike fought for breath, their cries lost to the merciless sea. Among them was William, the heir to the throne. Some accounts tell us he made it to a small boat, salvation within reach. But when he heard the desperate cries of his half-sister still trapped on board, William turned back. The boat was overwhelmed, capsizing beneath the weight of desperate hands. In that moment, the hope of England sank into the cold embrace of the Channel. By dawn, the sea had fallen silent. Nearly all aboard had perished, save for one lone survivor, a butcher of humble birth, who clung to wreckage and lived to tell the tale. It was through his trembling words that the world learned of the calamity. When the news reached Henry I, the chroniclers say he collapsed in grief. His wails echoed through his court, for with William's death, his dynasty had been shaken to its core. He had lost not only his beloved son, but the cornerstone of his legacy. The white ship disaster was more than a tragedy of life. It was a tragedy of succession. With William gone, the future of the crown was thrown into chaos. For young Matilda, the death of her brother was both a personal sorrow and a transformation of destiny. She had lost her companion in childhood, the brother who was to carry their father's crown. Yet in that same moment, her life's course shifted irrevocably. She was no longer a daughter of the king in the shadow of her brother. She was, by blood and by law, the sole legitimate heir of Henry I. The court, however, did not look upon her with immediate certainty. She was a woman, and in the eyes of many barons, a woman could not wear the crown of England. Yet Henry, hardened by grief and determined to preserve his line, began to look upon Matilda not merely as his daughter, but as his successor. The child who had grown up in the echoing halls of Westminster, trained in the disciplines of law and ceremony, raised in the shadow of her brother, was now thrust into the center of England's future. The weight of expectation, once borne by William, was now hers, but it was a crown that would not be easily claimed. The barons whispered. Some shook their heads in disbelief. Others plotted futures where cousins or rivals might rise in William's place. For Matilda, the death of her brother was the beginning of a lifelong struggle, not only to honor her lineage but to assert her right in a world that did not yet accept the rule of a woman. And yet, amidst the grief, something hardened within her. The lessons of her father's authority, the grace of her mother's piety, the sharp observations she had gathered in the court, all now coalesced within her. Where others saw only tragedy, Matilda began to see destiny. Where others saw an ending, she saw the beginning of her claim. The white ship disaster was a turning point not just for Matilda, but for the realm. With a single night's tragedy, England's future was cast into uncertainty, setting in motion the storm of succession that would one day plunge the kingdom into civil war. And at the heart of that storm, carrying both the grief of a sister and the mantle of an heir, stood Matilda, the woman who, against all odds, would one day challenge for the throne. From the moment of her brother William's death in the White Ship disaster, Matilda's life ceased to be her own. Every decision made for her was heavy with dynastic consequence. Every movement measured against the needs of the crown. For King Henry I, her father, the death of his only legitimate son had left him shaken and vulnerable. England and Normandy needed stability, and stability meant alliance. Matilda, no longer simply a royal daughter, became the keystone of a strategy that stretched across Europe. Henry I was a calculating man, a king who saw in his daughter not only his bloodline, but also a tool of diplomacy. Where armies failed, marriages could succeed. Where swords could not secure peace, a wedding could build a bridge across kingdoms. Thus, Matilda's childhood gave way to the world of statecraft, where her hand was not her own to offer, but her father's to bargain. Even as a young girl, she became aware of the whispers that circled the court. Suitors from distant lands were considered, weighed, and dismissed. Letters moved across the channel, carried by clerks and ambassadors, written in Latin, filled with promises and negotiations. Matilda may not have been seated at the negotiating table, but she was the very heart of the bargain. Her future was England's future, and her destiny was bound to the shifting tides of European politics. It was soon decided that her path would lead to Germany, to the greatest power of the age, the Holy Roman Empire. Her betrothal was arranged to Emperor Henry V, a man far older than she, already seasoned in war and governance. To Henry I, this marriage promised not only prestige, but security. With the Empress of the Germans as his daughter, his dynasty could command respect from every throne in Christendom. For Matilda, the prospect was daunting. She was barely in her teens when she was sent across the sea, her childhood left behind, her homeland fading into the mist. What awaited her was a foreign court, a foreign language, and a husband who would not treat her as a child, but as a partner in rule. The journey itself was a transition from innocence to duty. She traveled with an entourage of clerics, noble attendants, and guards. As ships carried her eastward, she would have seen the coast of Normandy vanish on the horizon, knowing that she left behind not only her family, but her claim to familiarity. Ahead lay the grandeur of imperial courts, vast cathedrals, and the weight of an empire. Her betrothal was more than a union of man and woman. It was a union of crowns. When Matilda married Henry V in 1114, she entered a new role, not merely a queen in waiting, but an empress in training. Though still young, she was treated with the dignity of her position. She attended councils, witnessed negotiations, and absorbed the lessons of imperial authority. She observed how the emperor dealt with rebellious princes, how he balanced the demands of the papacy, how he managed the vast lands under his rule. This was her true education. The lessons of Latin and law she had learned in her childhood now blossomed into practice. She was not a passive observer, but a participant in the affairs of state. Clerks wrote letters in her name. Envoys bowed before her. Nobles sought her favor. Slowly, Matilda grew into the role of empress, her voice carrying weight, her presence commanding respect. At Henry V's side, she learned to navigate the dangerous waters of European politics. She witnessed firsthand the tension between the papacy and the empire, the great struggle of investiture that defined the age. She came to understand that power was never absolute. It was always a balance, always a negotiation. These were lessons that would one day serve her well, when she herself stood against kings. Yet, for all the grandeur of her imperial role, Matilda never forgot her father's court, nor the shadow of her brother's death. The crown of England still hovered in the distance, a prize uncertain, yet possible. With every council she attended, with every negotiation she observed, she was not only learning how to serve the empire, she was preparing for the day when she might lay claim to her father's throne. By the time she returned to England, Matilda was no longer the young girl of Westminster. She was the empress, seasoned in ceremony, sharpened in politics, and tempered by the experience of rule at the very heart of Europe. Her preparation for alliance had forged in her the qualities of leadership, diplomacy, patience, vigilance, and resolve. The little girl who once listened at her father's knee had become a woman who could command the attention of princes. The princess had become an empress, and soon the empress would become the heir. In the wake of the White Ship disaster, the royal court of England was heavy with grief and uncertainty. The death of William Adelin, the only legitimate son of Henry I, left a vacuum no crown could ignore. Every noble knew that the succession crisis now loomed on the horizon, and every royal marriage suddenly became more than a matter of love or preference. It was politics in its purest form. For Matilda, barely beyond childhood, her life shifted almost overnight from the safety of a royal daughter to the burden of a dynastic prize. Her father, pragmatic and ruthless in his designs, understood that the security of his throne depended not merely on what happened within England, but upon the alliances he could forge beyond its shores. The ripples of the White Ship stretched across Europe, and Henry knew he must cast his net wide. It was then that the gaze of the king turned east, across the Rhine, toward the vast dominion of the Holy Roman Empire. The empire was the mightiest power in Christendom, a sprawling collection of kingdoms and principalities that gave its emperor dominion over millions of souls. Its ruler, Henry V, was older, battle-hardened, and entangled in struggles with the papacy. He sought legitimacy, allies, and wealth. Henry I sought prestige, security, and a guarantee that his daughter would one day wield power not as a mere consort, but as a sovereign in her own right. Thus the negotiations began. Couriers moved between Westminster and Mainz. Letters sealed in wax bore the weight of dynasties. Monks and scribes copied the terms of betrothal, and whispers spread across noble halls. The barons muttered their doubts. Was it wise to send a girl so young across the sea? Could a daughter of England rule as an empress? And yet, for the king, the path was clear. Matilda, not yet 14, was pledged in marriage to Emperor Henry V. The decision was not hers to make. It was her destiny, and destiny in the 12th century was as binding as iron chains. The day of parting came swiftly. At Westminster, the court gathered. Matilda, dressed in silks befitting her station, stood before her father. Though Henry was not a man known for tenderness, even he could not hide the gravity of the moment. He looked upon his daughter not merely as a child, but as the keystone of his lineage, the hope of his dynasty. Behind her, the Queen's bloodline stretched to the royal house of Scotland. Before her, the empire awaited. As the bells of London tolled, Matilda's heart must have trembled. To leave her mother, her siblings, and her homeland at such a tender age was no small burden. Every stone of Westminster Abbey, every winding street of London, every green field of England. These were sights she might never see again. Escorted by knights, clerics, and noble attendants, she made her way to the coast. Chroniclers tell us that the procession was solemn, for all understood the weight of this journey. At Barfleur, the same port from which her brother had sailed to his death, she prepared to depart. The sea stretched before her, vast and merciless. The memory of the white ship's wreck still haunted the waves, but she had no choice. The ship that carried her eastward was laden not only with silks and dowries, but with expectation. Upon its deck, Matilda looked back at the receding shore of Normandy. Perhaps tears stung her eyes. Perhaps she clutched a rosary for comfort. Around her, clerics murmured prayers, knights stood at watch, and the sails snapped in the wind. Days turned into weeks as they crossed the waters and the lands of Europe. Rivers replaced seas, castles rose on the horizon, and the language of those around her shifted from the Norman French she knew to the harsher German tongue of her new home. Every step carried her further from the familiar world of her childhood and deeper into the labyrinth of imperial politics. At last, she reached the imperial court. The sight must have taken her breath away. Vast cathedrals towered over the towns, bells rang with solemn weight, and the banners of the empire fluttered in the wind. This was no small kingdom, but a realm that stretched from the Alps to the North Sea. She was to stand beside its ruler, not as a girl, but as an empress in waiting. The marriage of Matilda and Henry V was not a private affair of hearts, but a spectacle of power. The ceremony took place in 1114, with great pomp and grandeur. Bishops in jeweled vestments intoned prayers, incense clouded the air, and choirs filled the vaulted ceilings with song. The young Matilda, veiled and solemn, stood before the altar, her hand placed into that of the emperor. In that moment, she ceased to be merely a princess of England. She became the Empress of Germany, the first step in a life that would demand more strength, courage, and resilience than any could yet imagine. In Germany, Matilda's education and power began anew. She learned not only the etiquette of the imperial court, but the subtler lessons of survival, how to listen without speaking, how to observe the currents of politics, how to command respect in silence. She witnessed the emperor at war with his nobles, at odds with the pope, and she absorbed the truth of sovereignty. Power was never given freely. It was seized, defended, and kept with vigilance. And though she was young, she proved herself more than capable. Clerks wrote letters in her name, envoys bowed before her, and nobles began to recognize that behind the emperor stood a woman with the steel of a sovereign. But for all the pageantry and grandeur, for all the councils and ceremonies, Matilda never truly forgot what had brought her here. The need to secure her father's line, the shadow of her brother's death, and the faint, persistent whisper of destiny. One day, she knew, she might be called back to England, not as a daughter, but as an heir. Thus, the little girl who left the shores of England became an empress of the Holy Roman Empire. The voyage that tore her from her homeland had forged in her the steel of rule, and though her father could not yet see it, the child he had sent away would return one day, not only crowned with imperial authority, but prepared to claim the crown of England itself. When Matilda crossed the threshold of the Holy Roman Empire, she stepped into a world far larger, far more complex than anything she had known in England. The kingdom of her father was mighty, but it was small in scale compared to the sprawling dominion she now entered. Here was not one throne, but many. An emperor who held sway over princes, dukes, bishops, and kings in name, though each with their own ambitions. To navigate such a realm required not only a keen intellect, but an indomitable will. Her arrival was a spectacle. The young English princess, daughter of Henry I, entered the great halls of Mainz and Speyer, where marble columns towered high and sunlight fell through stained glass windows in dazzling hues of red and blue. Trumpets sounded. Nobles bowed low. Clerics intoned prayers. And at the center of it all, the girl who had left her homeland only weeks before now stood as bride to the Emperor of the Romans, her presence already reshaping the court's perception of her. But pageantry was only the surface. Beneath the veils of ceremony, Matilda faced the hard truth. She was a foreigner, a stranger in tongue and in custom. The German courtiers studied her every gesture. Would she falter? Would she seem too English, too young, too unready for the dignity of an imperial throne? Matilda knew she could not afford missteps. Every glance, every word, every movement became a test of her ability to embody the grandeur expected of an empress. Her first lessons were in protocol. The rituals of the empire were ancient, their roots stretching back to Charlemagne. She learned when to sit, when to stand, when to speak, and when silence would command more authority than words. She learned the choreography of coronations, the precise movements of processions, the weight of garments heavy with gold and gems. A single error could humiliate, but Matilda's mind was sharp. Within weeks, she moved through these ceremonies with a confidence that belied her youth. Next came the burdens of governance. Though she was still a teenager, the emperor did not shield her from affairs of state. She sat beside Henry V in councils where princes debated laws, where bishops contested rights of investiture, and where envoys argued treaties. She listened, absorbed, and understood. Latin, which she had studied since childhood, became her bridge to diplomacy. Through it, she could follow the intricacies of imperial politics, even as she gradually grew accustomed to the German tongue. It was here that Matilda's education as a sovereign truly began. Her tutors had trained her in the theory of kingship, but the council chambers of the empire taught her its reality. She saw how loyalty was bought with lands and favors, how defiance could be punished with exile, how every word spoken in council echoed far beyond the walls. She learned that ruling was less about issuing commands and more about balancing power, giving enough to maintain loyalty, withholding enough to keep authority intact. Her relationship with Henry V was equally formative. The emperor was no gentle tutor, no indulgent companion. He was a man forged in the fires of conflict, a monarch locked in struggles with the Pope, accustomed to bending wills to his own. Yet he recognized in his young bride a sharpness of mind, a readiness to learn, and he began to include her in more than mere ceremony. He entrusted her with correspondence, allowed her to speak to envoys, and gave her the chance to exercise authority in small but meaningful ways. The courtiers noticed. At first they dismissed her as a child, a token of alliance, but soon they began to whisper that the empress was no ordinary consort. She carried herself with dignity beyond her years. She listened more than she spoke, yet when she did speak, her words were precise and well-measured. Even the seasoned bishops, wary of women in power, found themselves acknowledging the gravity with which she held her station. Matilda's presence extended beyond politics. She became a patron of religious houses, offering gifts to abbeys and convents, ensuring her name was spoken in prayers across the empire. This was more than piety. It was strategy. To have the church speak her name was to strengthen her legitimacy, to weave herself into the spiritual fabric of her new land. Yet for all her growing authority, there was loneliness. Far from England, far from her mother and her siblings, Matilda lived in a world of unfamiliar customs. She could not always trust those around her, for the court was rife with intrigue. Every noble had ambitions, every bishop an agenda. To survive here, she had to cloak her emotions, to mask her vulnerabilities, and to project strength even when she felt alone. But this solitude became her forge. In the stillness of candlelit chambers, she reflected on the weight of her role. She was no longer merely the daughter of Henry I. She was the Empress of the Romans, bound to a destiny that stretched beyond England, beyond Normandy, into the very heart of Christendom. And though she did not yet know it, the lessons she learned here, the protocols, the diplomacy, the resilience, would one day become the weapons with which she fought for her birthright. The English princess had become the German empress in waiting. The girl had become a woman of steel. And in the great halls of the empire, the shadow of a future Queen of England was already taking shape. The year was 1114. Europe stood divided yet connected by fragile alliances, restless kings, and ambitious emperors. At the very center of this shifting web of power stood a young woman, Matilda of England, daughter of King Henry I. Barely 12 years old, she was about to step into a role unlike any her predecessors had ever held. She was leaving the damp shores of her homeland, where whispers of doubt already haunted her claim, to embrace a destiny forged far away, as bride, consort, and crowned empress of the Holy Roman Empire. The marriage between Matilda and Henry V, the Holy Roman Emperor, was not merely a union of two figures. It was a spectacle of political theater, a statement to the lords of Europe, and an announcement of Henry I's ambition to tie his dynasty to the greatest imperial power on the continent. The English king, having lost his son William in the White Ship disaster, now pinned his hopes for legitimacy, security, and legacy upon his daughter. Through her marriage, England's fragile line of succession was to be bound with the soaring prestige of the Roman crown. The wedding was celebrated with a magnificence befitting an empire. In Worms Cathedral, one of the most revered holy spaces in Germany, the vaulted stone arches reverberated with chants of monks and the tolling of bells. Nobles arrived in flowing velvet, their banners embroidered with family crests. The air was heavy with incense and the weight of centuries of imperial ritual. Matilda, dressed in silks embroidered with gold thread from Byzantium, entered the hall not as a child, but as a sovereign bride whose destiny stretched across nations. The marriage rites themselves were both familiar and foreign to her. Latin prayers flowed like a river she was just learning to navigate, each word binding her not only to Henry V, but also to the empire itself. The moment her hand was placed into his, it was more than a symbol of union. It was a contract between two realms, two thrones, and two dynasties. Every noble present understood that this girl of England was no ordinary consort. She was a link to the island across the sea, a vessel carrying English legitimacy into the Roman world. The coronation followed swiftly, enveloped in grandeur and spectacle. Anointment with holy oil, the invocation of God's blessing, and the weight of imperial regalia transformed Matilda from princess into empress. The crown that touched her brow was more than metal and gemstones. It was centuries of empire, traditions of Charlemagne, the ambitions of emperors long gone. As the congregation cried out, "Vivat Imperatrix!" she was no longer simply Matilda of England. She was Matilda, Empress of the Romans. For a moment, the fragility of her youth seemed to vanish. Standing beside Henry V, regal and composed, She projected authority far beyond her years. Some chroniclers later wrote that she carried herself with a gravity that unsettled those around her, as though she were destined not only to follow, but to rule. The union between Matilda and Henry V strengthened the political alliance between England and the Empire. Henry I could now boast of an imperial son-in-law, while Henry V gained legitimacy through ties to one of the strongest monarchs in Western Christendom. Yet beneath the layers of gold and silk, the young empress was navigating an alien world. The German tongue was harsh in her ears, the customs rigid, and the court politics far more treacherous than she could have imagined. Still, she learned. Still, she endured. Her marriage was not one of romantic union, but of calculated necessity. Henry V, stern and commanding, saw in Matilda not merely a wife, but an ally and a partner in governance. He brought her into councils, seated her beside him in audiences with bishops and dukes, and allowed her to witness firsthand the machinery of empire. In this crucible, Matilda began to transform. The girl who had once been her father's dutiful daughter was being forged into a woman of iron resolve. And yet, the coronation carried an irony that history would never forget. Matilda was the first woman from England to be crowned an empress, yet she was denied that same recognition when her time came to claim the throne of her homeland. Here in Germany, her crown glittered. In England, it would later be contested, rejected, and stripped from her hands. The duality of her fate was already written in the echoes of that wedding ceremony. Exaltation abroad, but struggle at home. Still, in 1114, none of that shadowed the moment. Europe had witnessed the rise of a girl turned sovereign, the making of a queen beyond queens, and the promise of a woman whose will would shape nations. Her marriage and coronation were not endings, but beginnings, the opening chords of a struggle that would echo through decades. Matilda's marriage and coronation were not merely ceremonial milestones. They were a threshold, a passage into a new identity. With Henry V as emperor, Matilda's role extended beyond that of a consort. She was not meant to remain in the shadows, nor to simply adorn the imperial court with silks and jewels. She was to become a participant in governance, an apprentice in the machinery of empire, and, in time, a sovereign voice in her own right. The Holy Roman Empire, sprawling across Central Europe, was not a kingdom of gentle peace. It was a patchwork of duchies, bishoprics, free cities, and vassals, bound together by loyalty as fragile as glass. It demanded a ruler who could command not only armies, but also respect from quarrelsome lords, pious clerics, and ambitious nobles. Henry V understood this, and he understood that Matilda must learn to share in that responsibility. From her earliest days in Germany, Matilda was brought into the very heart of administration. She witnessed charters and decrees, her name appearing alongside the emperor's seal. This was no empty honor. Her presence on these documents declared to all of Europe that she was not simply a consort, but a co-sovereign, endowed with authority. Her signature was an announcement that she had a stake in governance, and that her judgment was to be respected. In the council chambers of Mainz, Speyer, and Worms, Matilda sat at Henry's side. The air there was thick with tension. Dukes quarreled over lands, bishops contested boundaries, abbots pressed for privileges, and imperial envoys brought tidings from Rome. Within these halls of echoing stone, voices rose in anger, fists struck tables, and disputes threatened to fracture alliances. And there, amid the storm, sat a young woman scarcely out of childhood, not cowed, not silent, but attentive, observing, learning. She became a trusted advisor in disputes, not only absorbing the language of law and canon, but offering her own counsel. Chroniclers remark that her presence demanded respect, even among men twice her age and thrice her rank. To many she appeared cold, aloof, perhaps too proud. But beneath that composure lay a will sharpened by the knowledge that she would one day bear the weight of kingdoms. Her authority was not confined to councils alone. Matilda also engaged with the spiritual arm of the empire. She cultivated ties with bishops and abbots, offering patronage and gifts, ensuring that her name was remembered in prayers and chronicles. In the medieval world, alliances with the church were as vital as alliances with noble houses, and Matilda proved adept at both. To some clerics, she was a figure of piety. To others, she was a woman of ambition. But in either case, she was impossible to ignore. When Henry V traveled across his domains, quelling uprisings, exacting tribute, or engaging in diplomacy with neighboring powers, Matilda sometimes governed in his stead. Records survive of her issuing commands, presiding over legal matters, and managing imperial affairs. In these moments, her role ceased to be symbolic. She was not merely an empress by marriage, she was a ruler in practice. Her ability to command respect in a male-dominated court was remarkable. Medieval Europe was not kind to women who wielded authority. They were often dismissed, criticized, or accused of stepping beyond their place. But Matilda's demeanor, her education, and the legitimacy conferred by her imperial crown shielded her from some of these assaults. Where others saw a child bride, she made them see an empress. Where others expected silence, she gave them reasoned counsel. Where others sought weakness, she displayed resolve. In these formative years, the qualities that would later define her claim to the English throne began to emerge. Determination, diplomacy, a regal composure that unnerved both allies and enemies, and above all, an unshakable belief in her own legitimacy. When the time came for her to return to England decades later to press her claim as her father's heir, she would be met with derision. She would be called arrogant, imperious, and unfeminine. Yet those very traits, the ones she had honed in the crucible of the Holy Roman Empire, were the same qualities that allowed her to withstand civil war, betrayal, and humiliation. They were the marks not of a docile princess, but of a ruler tempered by empire. For Matilda, Germany was not merely a place of exile. It was a school of sovereignty, a forge of destiny. Within the empire of two thrones, she learned that rulership was as much about perception as it was about power. That authority had to be seen, heard, and asserted constantly, and that a woman, even in a world designed to exclude her, could master the art of command. This was the Empress Matilda, no longer the daughter of Henry I, but the heir of empire, a woman who would one day carry her crown across the sea and demand another throne that had long been promised to her. The year was 1125. Europe's political landscape trembled with uncertainty, and so too did the fate of a woman whose destiny had always seemed entwined with crowns and thrones. For over a decade, Matilda had walked the halls of the Holy Roman Empire as empress, partner to Henry V, ruler beside ruler, her authority recognized by bishops, dukes, and lords. She had grown from child bride into sovereign consort, her name inscribed on charters, her voice echoed in councils, her presence felt in abbeys and palaces alike. Yet all of it, the grandeur, the titles, the shared thrones of two realms, came crashing down in the spring of that year, when Henry V died in Utrecht, still in his prime. The emperor's passing sent shockwaves across the empire. For nobles and prelates, it meant a scramble for influence in the upcoming imperial election. But for Matilda, it meant something far more personal and far more devastating. In an instant, she was no longer the empress who stood beside a reigning sovereign. She was a widow at 23, stripped of her husband, her political anchor, and her official place within the labyrinth of the imperial court. Her crown remained upon her head. For once an empress, always an empress in name. But crowns alone could not shield her from vulnerability. In a court of men already jostling for power, a widowed woman became a convenient pawn, or worse, a figure to be dismissed. She had no children to secure her position, no son to inherit her husband's legacy, and no natural claim to the imperial throne itself. Henry's death left her with a title, but not a seat, with prestige, but no power. For a time she lingered in Germany, attending ceremonies, receiving courtesies, but always aware of the shifting ground beneath her feet. Some factions eyed her as a bargaining piece for another dynastic marriage. Others whispered of her return to England, where her father still reigned but grew old, his only legitimate male heir lost years before in the tragic wreck of the White Ship. Matilda must have felt the weight of two identities pressing upon her. She was Empress of the Romans, crowned and anointed, a woman of unmatched dignity among the courts of Europe. Yet she was also the daughter of Henry I of England, a king who had no son, and whose succession remained dangerously uncertain. And so, with the emperor's crown behind her, and the uncertain promise of another ahead, Matilda prepared for a journey back across the sea. It was not a triumphant return, but it was no exile either. She returned not as a girl, but as a woman forged in the crucible of imperial politics, carrying with her the gravitas of an empress, the education of a diplomat, and the resolve of one who had known both grandeur and grief. When she stepped once more upon English soil, she did so as both widow and heir. To some, her return was a moment of reassurance. The king's line had not yet been extinguished. To others, it was a reminder of fragility. A woman, however royal, could not carry a kingdom on her shoulders without resistance. Henry I welcomed her home with honor, declaring once more his intention to make her his heir. He gathered his barons, demanded their oaths of loyalty, and made clear that upon his death, the throne of England would pass to his daughter. Yet beneath the solemn ceremonies, unease lingered. The memory of William's death was still fresh, and the idea of a woman reigning in her own right seemed radical, even dangerous. Still, Matilda's widowhood became her rebirth. No longer simply a consort, she now stood as England's designated successor. Her years in Germany had prepared her. The councils, the charters, the ceremonies, the diplomacy. All of it had shaped her into a woman unlike any in Europe, one who had worn an imperial crown and who now carried within her both the prestige of Rome and the blood of the House of Normandy. Yet destiny is never so simple. Though she returned with honor, she also returned with vulnerability. She had no husband, no heir, and no army. Her father's word secured her claim, but the loyalty of England's barons was a fragile currency, easily spent and easily betrayed. In her widowhood, Matilda stood at a crossroads, half remembered as the child of Henry I, half revered as the widow of an emperor, and fully aware that the throne promised to her would never be given freely. The shadow of struggle already loomed, for though she was called Domina Anglorum, Lady of the English, her claim would soon ignite a storm unlike any seen before, a storm of civil war, betrayal, and ambition, a storm history would name the Anarchy. But for now, in the years after 1125, Matilda returned to England with her grief, her dignity, and her crown of empress. And in that fragile balance of prestige and vulnerability, the stage was set for her greatest battle, to turn widowhood into sovereignty and mourning into a claim for the throne itself. The year was 1125, and across the lands of the Holy Roman Empire, an uneasy silence fell. The mighty Henry V, Emperor of the Germans and husband of Matilda, daughter of Henry I of England, was dead. His passing was not merely the end of a man's life, but the unraveling of a vast political tapestry that had bound kingdoms, noble houses, and churchmen together. For Empress Matilda, it was the moment when the world shifted under her feet. Henry V's reign had been one of both ambition and turbulence. He had clashed with popes, bent bishops to his will, and carved authority with the weight of the imperial crown. And yet, in his final days, disease consumed him. The man who had once seemed invincible, armored in authority, and draped in majesty, was reduced to frailty. Chroniclers tell us of a solemn court in Mainz, where the emperor's failing health was whispered about in corridors lit only by candlelight. Matilda, barely in her early 20s, found herself at the side of a dying ruler, not only as wife, but as political partner, heir to his courtly legacy, and witness to the shattering of her imperial role. When the funeral bells tolled, their sound echoed through cities and monasteries alike. Great cathedrals filled with the smoke of incense and the voices of chanting monks, while peasants in villages far from Mainz stood silently as news of the emperor's death spread. The air was thick with mourning, not only for the man, but for the stability he had represented. And in the center of it all stood Matilda. The empress, who had once been adorned in ceremonial robes, crowned with gold, and hailed as the bride of empire, was now a widow. The glittering halls of imperial majesty that had once embraced her now felt cold and cavernous. The courtiers who had once bowed deeply before her now whispered about succession, about new rulers, about futures in which she no longer had a place. The Holy Roman Empire was not a realm of blood inheritance like her father's England. Here, the crown did not automatically pass to the widow or to her offspring. The German princes held the right to elect their sovereign, and in Henry V's death, the throne became an empty prize to be fought over. For Matilda, this meant the sudden and devastating collapse of her political standing. She remained an empress in name, but her authority evaporated like smoke in the winter air. Yet, even stripped of power, she did not emerge diminished. Chroniclers remark on her composure, her regal bearing, her ability to carry herself not as a discarded widow, but as a woman still cloaked in the aura of majesty. Though the crown no longer adorned her head, though the throne was no longer hers to command, she carried the memory of empire with her. That memory would lend her strength in the trials yet to come. In the days following Henry's burial at Speyer Cathedral, Matilda faced choices that would shape her destiny. Should she remain in Germany, lingering in the courts of nobles who now looked elsewhere for leadership? Should she attempt to wield influence in the imperial succession, though her role as a foreign-born empress placed her at the margins? Or should she return to England, to the father who had once sent her across the sea as a young bride, and who now called her home as heir to his kingdom? The death of Henry V was not only the end of Matilda's life as an empress, it was the moment her story turned back toward England. A widow she may have been, but she was also the daughter of a king, and her father would not allow her future to be squandered in the shadows of a foreign court. Thus, From the ashes of loss, a new destiny began to form. The widowed empress, bearing dignity and sorrow in equal measure, would soon set sail back across the sea. She had lost an empire, but she would return to England with a claim that would set the realm aflame. The death of Emperor Henry V had left Matilda widowed, her imperial crown no longer a shield, but a relic of past grandeur. For days and weeks she lingered in the palaces of the Holy Roman Empire, a foreign-born empress in a court already turning its gaze toward new alliances and new rulers. The great nobles of Germany whispered of succession, of rival claimants, of who might be chosen to bear the mantle of the empire next. And in those corridors, Matilda must have felt a growing sense of isolation. She was still addressed as Empress, still treated with the outward gestures of reverence, yet the reality had shifted. Without Henry V at her side, she was no longer central to the politics of the realm. The German princes were pragmatic men, and to them, Matilda was a widow of noble birth, but no longer a figure around whom the empire revolved. It was in this moment of dislocation that a letter came from across the sea, from England, from her father, King Henry I, who had never ceased to think of his daughter as more than an imperial bride. To him, she was still his blood, his heir, the one thread by which the Norman dynasty's future might be preserved. Henry was aging. His only legitimate son, William Etheling, had perished years earlier in the White Ship disaster. The tragedy had robbed him of the obvious successor to the English throne. Now, the eyes of the realm turned to Matilda. The decision was not easy. To leave Germany meant leaving behind a world that had shaped her adulthood. The cathedrals of Mainz and Speyer, the cloisters where she had studied, the court where she had learned to negotiate with bishops and princes. It meant leaving behind her title, her status, and the memory of the emperor who had been both husband and sovereign. But duty, more than grief, guided her. She was a daughter of kings, and her father summoned her home. And so, preparations began for the journey. Chroniclers describe the passage across the North Sea as perilous, a crossing that tested even seasoned sailors. The waves could rise like walls of iron, storms howled across the waters, and ships were tossed like driftwood. For Matilda, this was no triumphant imperial procession. It was a return marked by uncertainty, by the knowledge that England was no longer the same land she had left behind. As her ship left the harbors of the empire, perhaps she stood on the deck, veiled and silent, the winds tugging at her cloak, the spray of salt upon her face. Behind her lay the memories of an imperial throne. Ahead of her, the promise and peril of her father's kingdom. The sea itself seemed to embody her situation, vast, treacherous, unpredictable, yet leading her inexorably to destiny. Meanwhile, in England, whispers spread. The Empress was returning. The king's daughter was coming home. Among the barons, this news was received with unease as much as loyalty. Some remembered her as a child of the Norman court, spirited and sharp. Others saw her only as a foreign widow, too closely tied to the ambitions of Germany. But all understood what her return signified. Henry I intended to make her his heir. Great lords and bishops began to gather at the royal court. Some came reluctantly, wary of swearing fealty to a woman, a thing almost unheard of in the rigid world of medieval kingship. Others came in calculation, knowing that to defy the king's will while he yet lived was dangerous. In great halls lit by torches, they debated in hushed voices, questioning whether Matilda could ever truly rule England. As her ship finally approached the shores of her homeland, one can imagine the moment. the white cliffs rising out of the mist, the gulls crying overhead, the green hills rolling in the distance. Matilda returning not as a girl, but as a widow who carried herself with imperial dignity. She had crossed seas and empires, and now she returned to claim what her father demanded for her, the crown of England. This was not a triumphant homecoming filled with celebration. It was a solemn return, shadowed by doubt, burdened with expectation, and haunted by the knowledge that the crown of England was both a prize and a curse. For Matilda, the crossing of the sea was not just a voyage between lands. It was the crossing from widowhood into destiny, from mourning into the very heart of England's coming storm. When Matilda returned to England, the court of Henry I was already bracing for a confrontation with the future. The king was aging, his hair touched with gray, his body hardened by decades of rule. His throne, carved from conquest and cunning, had been secured by the sword and maintained with relentless authority. Yet the one question he could not evade, the one specter that haunted his final years, was that of succession. The White Ship disaster of 1120 had robbed him of his only legitimate son, William Ætheling, and with that single catastrophe, the Norman dynasty's future was cast into peril. Without William, the line of succession had collapsed, and so Henry turned his gaze to the one child who remained of his blood, the one who had returned from the empire cloaked in dignity, carrying the title of Empress Matilda. It was an extraordinary choice. No woman had ever been crowned and recognized as sovereign in England. Queens had ruled as consorts, as mothers, as regents, but never in their own right, as monarch. To demand that England's fierce, ambitious barons swear fealty to a woman was to challenge not only custom, but the very nature of medieval kingship. And yet Henry was resolute. His will would not bend. He summoned the great lords and bishops of his realm to Westminster, a hall whose vast timbered roof seemed to hang like the weight of destiny above those gathered. There, beneath banners and torches, in the flicker of firelight and the murmur of expectation, Henry declared his daughter Matilda his heir. The response was far from jubilant. Some lords shuffled uneasily. Others exchanged glances heavy with doubt. To swear loyalty to a king's daughter was one thing. To accept her as future sovereign was quite another. The very thought pressed against centuries of tradition, against the marrow of feudal expectation. Still, Henry's authority remained formidable. Few dared openly defy him. One by one, the barons stepped forward, hands pressed to holy relics, lips muttering reluctant vows. They swore to uphold Matilda's right to succeed her father. Bishops too raised their hands, pledging obedience in the name of God, though even their eyes betrayed unease. And yet, beneath the solemnity of the oaths, a dangerous truth festered. The loyalty sworn that day was brittle, forced more by fear of the king's wrath than conviction in Matilda's claim. Some swore with clenched fists, others with half-hearted words, and a few, like Stephen of Blois, Henry's own nephew, swore with ambition already burning in their hearts. For Stephen and others like him, the ceremony was a performance, an act of survival in the presence of the king. They bowed, they promised, but in the hidden corners of their minds, they imagined other futures. Futures where a man, not a woman, would wear the crown. Chroniclers later wrote of the murmurs in the hall, the flickering torchlight casting long shadows across the stone floor, as if the very walls of Westminster absorbed the unease of that day. It was an oath sworn not in unity, but in fracture. The realm had bent to Henry's will, but it had not accepted Matilda's rule. For Matilda, it must have been a moment both triumphant and bitter. She stood as heir apparent, the first woman in England to be formally recognized as such. Yet she could see in the faces of the barons that her path was treacherous, her crown one that would be contested. The oaths, though spoken, were fragile things, words carried on air, easily broken when the king's authority was gone. Henry, however, remained satisfied. He had imposed his will, and in his mind, the matter was settled. He had bound the lords of England to his daughter with vows made before God himself. He believed this chain would hold, that the throne would pass to Matilda without challenge. But history would prove otherwise. Beneath the ceremony lay the seeds of rebellion. The very oaths sworn that day would later be broken, and England would descend into one of the darkest periods of its history, a civil war so brutal, it would be remembered simply as the Anarchy. On that day in Westminster, the stage was set. A king's command had forced a fragile peace, but when Henry's reign ended, the barons' loyalty would fracture like glass under strain, and Matilda, the woman chosen to inherit, would discover just how deep the resistance to her crown would run. The oaths had been sworn. In the great hall of Westminster, under the gaze of King Henry I, the barons had pledged themselves to his daughter Matilda as his heir. On the surface, the matter appeared settled. England would have its first reigning queen. The dynasty was secured. But beneath the surface, in the shadows of castles, in the whispers exchanged across cloisters and feasting tables, unease smoldered. The idea of a woman ruling England in her own right was unprecedented. To many it was unthinkable. Kingship was bound not only to law but to the very fabric of feudal culture. The image of the king was that of a warrior, a man who could lead armies into battle, wield the sword in defense of the realm, and command obedience through strength. Could a woman embody that image? Could she inspire loyalty in the shield walls and the ranks of armored knights? For some, the answer was no. The barons had bent their knees because Henry had demanded it. His wrath was legendary, and few dared to test it. But as he aged and his strength waned, the question was whispered with increasing boldness. What would happen when the king was gone? Among those whispers, one name surfaced again and again: Stephen of Blois, Matilda's cousin. He was the son of Adela, daughter of William the Conqueror, and thus carried the blood of kings within his veins. Unlike many others, Stephen had been raised in the English court. He knew its rhythms, its people, and its politics. He was well liked, known for his charm, his generosity, and his ability to gather friends among the nobility. Where Matilda inspired awe and distance, Stephen inspired comfort and loyalty. Even more dangerous, Stephen's claim, though weaker than Matilda's, was not negligible. Through his mother, he was a grandson of the Conqueror, and in a world where male strength was valued over female legitimacy, that bloodline carried weight. It is said that in these years, as Henry grew older and more dependent on his daughter's presence, Stephen was already building a network of support. Quietly, discreetly, alliances were made. Promises were whispered in private chambers. Barons discontented with the thought of female rule began to see in Stephen an alternative, a man who might claim the throne when Henry died. The church, too, became divided. Some bishops supported Matilda because they had sworn solemn oaths. Others, however, harbored doubts, worried that a woman on the throne might upset the delicate balance between king and clergy. These doubts did not fade. They grew. Chroniclers of the time speak of an unease settling over England like a mist before a storm. No rebellion had yet broken out. No swords had been drawn. But there was a tension in the air, the feeling that a single spark might ignite a conflagration. And that spark would come inevitably with Henry's death. The seeds of civil war had been sown, scattered in the reluctance of barons, in the ambitions of Stephen, and in the unyielding determination of Matilda herself. Each player waited, poised, as though the kingdom stood on the edge of a cliff. Henry's reign was the ground beneath their feet, steady for the moment, but crumbling with time. When it gave way, all would tumble into the chaos that history would remember as the Anarchy. For now, the kingdom held its breath. But the storm was coming. The stage had been set, but the kingdom stood upon fragile foundations. Matilda was the designated heir, her claim confirmed by oaths, sealed by the king's authority, and sanctified by the church. In theory, nothing could challenge her succession. Yet in practice, every stone of that promise trembled beneath the weight of custom, ambition, and doubt. Henry I, the king who had commanded loyalty through fear, was aging. His once commanding figure, so quick to anger, so unyielding in law, now weakened with time. His strength was not infinite, and his mortality haunted every chamber of court. In every feast, in every gathering of barons, the unspoken truth lingered like smoke. When Henry died, his iron will would no longer bind the realm together. And when that day came, all the vows sworn to Matilda would be tested. The nobility, proud, restless, and divided, had not forgotten their reluctance. Many had only bent the knee because they feared Henry's wrath. They had sworn their loyalty in public, but in their hearts they kept silent reservations. To them, Matilda was no king. She was a woman, formidable, intelligent, commanding, yes, but a woman nonetheless, in an age where the sword and the crown were thought to belong only to men. Already, whispers coiled through the halls like serpents. The name of Stephen of Blois was carried from ear to ear, a cousin whose charm and presence offered an alternative to those unwilling to serve Matilda. He was a man familiar with the court, a warrior who inspired camaraderie, a rival who had sworn loyalty, but whose oath sat as lightly as a feather on his lips. The kingdom became a battlefield of shadows long before swords were drawn. In monasteries, monks wrote chronicles with veiled doubts about the prospect of a woman ruling. In the chambers of barons, quiet debates weighed loyalty against opportunity. In castles, alliances were forged in hushed voices, sealed not with parchment, but with handshakes in flickering firelight. And over it all hung a single certainty. Henry could not live forever. Every passing year was another reminder that the storm approached. The king's declining health was the darkening sky. The ambitions of men were the thunder in the distance. The fragile oaths sworn to Matilda were lightning waiting to strike. It was as if England itself was holding its breath, waiting for the moment when the old king's hand would falter, when his last breath would leave his body. For then, and only then, the question of power would be decided, not by words or oaths, but by steel. The chronicles call this period a calm before the storm, but it was no true calm. It was a silence laced with tension, a fragile peace destined to shatter. Every banquet carried hidden rivalries. Every council was a theater of distrust, and every prayer offered in chapel carried the knowledge that soon England would be torn in two. The storm was on the horizon, and when it broke, it would not merely shake the realm. It would plunge it into nearly 2 decades of war, betrayal, and blood, a time that history would call the Anarchy. The year was 1135. Henry I, King of England, Duke of Normandy, the youngest son of William the Conqueror, had reigned for 35 years. He was a man known for his intellect, his cunning, and his ruthlessness. His reign had been marked by iron-fisted control, legal reform, and a relentless pursuit of authority. Few dared to cross him. Few survived when they did. Yet for all his power, for all his wisdom and will, Henry I was still a man. And all men, even kings, must face death. In November, Henry journeyed to Normandy, the duchy of his fathers, to settle disputes and hold court. The years weighed heavily on him now. His once imposing figure, stocky, commanding, sharp-eyed, bore the marks of age. His hair was thinning, his face weathered, his body slower to move. Still, he carried himself with the pride of a king who had long commanded obedience. It was during this journey, while staying at the castle of Lyons-la-Forêt, that Henry's fate was sealed. Not by sword or rebellion, but by something far more ordinary, almost trivial. The chronicles tell us he indulged in one of his favorite delicacies, lamprey eels, stewed in rich sauces. His physicians had long warned him against such indulgence, but Henry, stubborn and unyielding, dismissed their counsel. He ate heartily, ignoring the protests of those around him. Soon after, his health faltered. What followed was swift. Fever set in. Pain racked his body. Within days, the mighty king who had ruled England with unmatched authority lay bedridden, slipping away from the world. On the night of December 1st, 1135, Henry I, the last surviving son of William the Conqueror, took his final breath. He was 67 years old. News of the king's death spread quickly. To those in Normandy, it was a moment of grief, but also of panic. For though Henry had designated his daughter Matilda as his heir, the thought of a woman ruling England and Normandy was unsettling to many. Henry's death meant uncertainty, and in the medieval world, uncertainty meant danger. Imagine the halls of Lyons-la-Forêt on that cold winter night. Courtiers huddled in corners, speaking in hushed tones. Knights shifted uneasily, their eyes darting toward doors and windows. The chamber where Henry's body lay grew heavy with the scent of wax and incense, but also with the unspoken fear of what was to come. A kingdom without a king was a kingdom vulnerable. Henry had been the glue that bound together a realm often fractious and divided. He was feared for his temper, respected for his authority. Now, with him gone, the chains of obedience weakened. The oaths sworn to Matilda trembled like fragile glass. Already, barons weighed their options. Already, whispers grew louder. The silence after Henry's death was not peace. It was the dreadful calm before a storm. Henry's death was more than the passing of a ruler. It was the collapse of certainty. He had ruled longer than most of his subjects could remember. He had been a constant presence, stern, commanding, inevitable. Now that presence was gone. For the common folk, his death stirred fear. Who would protect them from raids and rivalries? Would law give way to chaos? Would taxes rise, armies march, fields burn? For the barons, his death stirred ambition. Would they gain more lands? More influence? Could they back a claimant who would reward them with wealth or privilege? And for Matilda, far away, the death of her father was both a moment of grief and of opportunity. She had been trained all her life for this. She had been sworn to as heir. She had been raised to wear the crown. Yet in that moment, as the tidings spread across Normandy and England, she was not there to claim her throne. Distance, absence, hesitation, these would prove fatal. The fate of Henry's body reflected the turmoil of the kingdom he left behind. His corpse was carried to Rouen, the great Norman city, where it was embalmed in a hurried and imperfect fashion. Chroniclers note that the body decayed rapidly, filling the air with foul stench. The embalmer worked quickly, but poorly. Some even said with disrespect. His entrails were buried separately at Notre-Dame-du-Pré, while his bones and flesh were eventually interred at Reading Abbey, a monastery Henry himself had founded in England. But even in death, the king's remains mirrored the fragmentation of his legacy, divided, disputed, and unsettled. To the people, it was a sign. Even the body of the king could not remain whole. How then could his kingdom? The death of Henry I was a turning point. Chroniclers wrote of it with solemn tones, some even with dread. They knew what was coming. They knew that with the king gone, the delicate balance he had maintained would collapse. The peasants in villages whispered prayers for stability, their lives always most vulnerable when lords went to war. Merchants in towns feared disruption to trade. Monks in cloisters prayed for peace, their manuscripts filled with both lament and prophecy. And the barons, those men of power and ambition, sharpened their swords, gathered their allies, and waited. All awaited the next move. Would the oaths to Matilda be honored, or would ambition outweigh duty? The kingdom without a king was not merely a political crisis. It was a psychological one. Medieval society believed kings were chosen by God, ordained to rule as shepherds of their people. The king was a figure of stability, of divine authority. When the king died, it was as though the natural order itself had fractured. Henry's death left not only a throne empty, but an entire people unmoored. And into that vacuum, ambition surged. Stephen of Blois, Matilda's cousin, would seize the chance. Others would follow. And the result would be 2 decades of war, betrayal, and bloodshed. The time history remembers as the Anarchy. But on that December night in 1135, all of this was still in the future. For now, there was only grief, silence, and the heavy knowledge that England was vulnerable. A king had died. A throne stood empty, and a storm was on the horizon. The winter of 1135 marked a turning point in English history. The death of King Henry I did not simply close the reign of one of the most formidable Norman kings. It opened a void, a chasm into which ambition, fear, loyalty, and betrayal would pour. That void became the battleground for succession, and in it, the man who acted quickest seized the prize. That man was Stephen of Blois. Henry I had ruled with a heavy but steady hand. He was stern, pragmatic, and ruthless when necessary. His treasury was full, his administration efficient, his laws enforced. Yet even Henry, with all his iron control, could not prevent the tragedy of succession. His only legitimate son, William Adelin, had drowned in the White Ship disaster of 1120. In desperation, Henry compelled his barons, not once but twice, to swear allegiance to his daughter, the Empress Matilda. But oaths, in medieval politics, were only as strong as convenience allowed them to be. When Henry died in Lyon-la-Forêt in Normandy, the machinery of loyalty faltered. The barons scattered, uncertain of their obligations. Messengers galloped across England and Normandy, spreading the news like sparks catching in dry tinder. And in Boulogne, where he was count by virtue of marriage, Stephen of Blois heard the tidings. Stephen was no stranger to Henry's court. He had grown up favored by his powerful uncle and had been showered with lands and privileges. He was also brother to Henry of Blois, Bishop of Winchester, and papal legate in England, a fact that gave him access to one of the most influential levers of power in the realm, the Church. Yet Stephen's position was complicated. He had sworn, like every other baron, to uphold Matilda's claim. By law, by oath, by duty, he had no right to the crown. But Stephen was not a man who hesitated when opportunity lay within reach. The moment he received the news, Stephen acted. His rivals hesitated, waiting to see how events would unfold, or trusting that the rightful heiress would take her place. Matilda, across the channel in Anjou, was still grieving her father. She did not anticipate how quickly treachery would move against her. Stephen did. He knew the crown would not go to the rightful heir, but to the swiftest hand. It was winter, and the English Channel roared with storms. Ships huddled in harbor, their captains unwilling to brave the waves. But Stephen pressed forward. Chroniclers later marveled at his crossing, some recording that the storms parted miraculously, as though Providence itself cleared his path. Others suspected bribery, preparation, or even collusion with sailors who risked their lives for gold. Whether by faith, fortune, or sheer determination, Stephen landed in England before any rival could contest him. His destination was London. For centuries, kings had been crowned with the support of nobles and clergy, but Stephen understood that the voice of the capital mattered as much as holy oil or noble swords. London was the heart of wealth, trade, and public sentiment. Henry I's harsh taxation had left scars. The citizens longed for relief. Stephen, genial and smiling, rode into the city promising lower burdens, respect for civic liberties, and a gentler reign. He made pledges freely, words that cost nothing but won everything. The Londoners embraced him, not as a stern ruler, but as a friend of the people. Their acclamation gave him momentum. Yet Stephen's crown was not secure without the blessing of the Church. His brother Henry of Blois, the Bishop of Winchester, became his champion. Bishop Henry called together the bishops, who found themselves in a dilemma. They had sworn to Matilda. Breaking such an oath risked both perjury and damnation. Yet Stephen's presence, his promises of generosity to the Church, and the persuasive arguments of Bishop Henry softened their resolve. The bishops argued among themselves. Some claimed that their oaths had been extracted under duress. Henry I had compelled them with threats and anger. Others rationalized that God had shown his will by denying Henry a surviving son, and by allowing Stephen's miraculous crossing. Others whispered that a woman, however noble, was not fit to wield power in a realm as turbulent as England. Better, they reasoned, a king who was present, willing, and backed by the Church than an absent empress married to an unpopular Angevin count. Convenient theology justified political betrayal. Within days, the bishops declared that Stephen was chosen by God. Their blessing unlocked the final gate. The Londoners had cheered. The clergy had blessed. The crown now awaited. At Westminster Abbey, Stephen was anointed and crowned. The ritual was familiar. Holy oil upon his brow, the ring of saint. Edward, the scepter, the orb, the coronation oath. Yet beneath the solemn chants and the tolling bells lay the knowledge of betrayal. Every bishop, every noble in attendance knew the truth, that they had forsworn their oaths to Matilda. Some lowered their eyes in shame. Others looked boldly on, determined to support Stephen's reign. Meanwhile, across the channel, Matilda received word of the usurpation. She had been slow to move, perhaps trusting in the strength of oaths, perhaps underestimating her cousin's audacity. Now, as she mourned her father, she also saw her inheritance slipping away. The betrayal stung. not only because Stephen had broken his word, but because nearly every baron in England had done the same. The loyalty she thought secured through ceremony and sworn vows had crumbled in the space of a few weeks. Stephen's triumph was dazzling in its speed, but its foundations were unstable. He had won the throne through charm, guile, and opportunity, not through unshakable right. Many nobles simmered with unease. Some were silent for now, unwilling to challenge a crowned king. But their memories were long, and their oaths to Matilda had not vanished from their conscience. Seeds of rebellion lay dormant, waiting for the spark. For the moment, however, Stephen reveled in his success. He had grasped the prize before it could be claimed. He was King of England, blessed by the Church, welcomed by London, crowned in Westminster. Yet beneath the golden crown lay an uneasy truth. His throne was born not of right, but of betrayal. That betrayal would define his reign. It would fracture the kingdom, embolden rivals, and plunge England into nearly 20 years of chaos. For though Stephen sat on the throne, the rightful heiress still lived, and Matilda would not forgive. She would not forget. The struggle was not over. It had only just begun. For years, Henry I had worked relentlessly to secure his daughter Matilda's succession. He had summoned his barons, his bishops, his nobles, and made them swear upon relics, upon the Gospels, upon their honor and their souls, that when he died, they would recognize Matilda as his rightful heir. These ceremonies were not small affairs, not casual moments. They were grand, deliberate, and repeated. In 1126 at Christmas Court in Westminster, in 1127 before the assembled magnates, again in 1131 and 1133. Each time the words were spoken, the oaths renewed, the obligations bound. And yet, within weeks of Henry's death in 1135, those solemn vows lay in tatters. Why? The answer was not simple. It was woven from fear, ambition, custom, prejudice, and the opportunism of men who saw advantage in betrayal. To understand why the barons abandoned Matilda is to understand the precarious balance of loyalty in medieval England. Loyalty that was less like stone and more like glass, beautiful when intact, but fragile, easily broken, and impossible to restore once shattered. When King Henry I demanded fealty to his daughter Matilda, he was not acting out of sentiment, but out of hard, pragmatic calculation. He understood his barons with chilling clarity. He knew their strengths, their ambitions, and most of all, their flaws. The barons were restless men, great magnates who controlled castles, lands, and private armies. They were suspicious of kings who sought to centralize power. They valued their independence fiercely and resented interference in their affairs. Each one of them, in his own mind, was a prince within his domain. And yet Henry, more than any monarch of his age, had bent them to his will. He had ruled with a heavy hand, but also with an unmatched shrewdness. His authority was formidable, but it was also personal. And therein lay the problem. Authority rooted in one man's iron will does not survive him easily. Henry knew that at the moment of his death, all the careful balance he had maintained would unravel. The baron's obedience had been to him. Would it transfer to his daughter, a woman, an empress, and one whom many of them barely knew? Henry understood that tradition was against him. Never before had a woman ruled England in her own right. Queens had been consorts, crowned alongside kings. They had been mothers, bearing heirs. They had been regents, guiding the realm while sons came of age. But never sovereign rulers, never anointed queens with the crown in their own hands. By naming Matilda his heir, Henry was pushing against the deep grain of custom, against the unwritten laws of gender and succession. He was gambling with the future of his dynasty, and so he sought to bind his magnates not merely with promises of loyalty, but with ritual and oath-taking of the most solemn kind. In December of 1126, at a Christmas court filled with splendor, Henry gathered his barons at Westminster. The air was thick with incense, and the glow of candlelight danced across stone walls draped in tapestries. Relics of saints were placed upon the altar. Bishops raised jeweled crosses, their solemn voices echoing through the hall. One by one, the great lords came forward. They knelt before their king, placed their hands upon holy books and sacred relics, and swore fealty to Matilda. They kissed the cross in affirmation, calling God himself to witness their vows. In the medieval mind, such gestures carried immense weight. An oath was not a mere contract. It was not a political convenience. It was a spiritual bond, a thread tying the soul of the swearer to divine judgment. To break such an oath was to court damnation, to risk eternal torment. Henry repeated the ceremony more than once. In 1127, again in 1131, and again in 1133 after Matilda's return from the imperial court, he compelled the barons to renew their pledges. Each time the oaths were spoken with grandeur, as though repetition itself could secure permanence. It was as if Henry, with all his foresight, sensed how fragile their loyalty truly was. To understand the full weight of these rituals, we must step into the mindset of the 12th century. In a world where law was fluid and politics uncertain, oaths provided stability. They were the glue of feudal society. Vassals swore fealty to lords, lords swore loyalty to kings, and all swore obedience to the church. Breaking an oath was not only dishonorable, it was sacrilege. The church, which sanctified these oaths, taught that God himself bore witness to such promises. To break them was to invite divine wrath. Chroniclers delighted in tales of oath-breakers who suffered sudden deaths, their perjuries punished by heaven. And yet, even in this sacred atmosphere, oaths were not unbreakable. They were human promises, spoken by human mouths, subject to human weakness. For all their ritual grandeur, they could be undone in a moment by ambition, fear, or convenience. When Henry I died in December 1135, his body not yet cold, those oaths were tested. The barons who had knelt, sworn, and kissed the relics suddenly faced a choice: honor their vows to Matilda, or follow the winds of opportunity. Stephen of Blois, Henry's nephew, seized the moment. Racing across the Channel in winter storms, he landed in England and made his way to London. His presence electrified the city. He was male, charismatic, and available, qualities that Matilda, distant in Anjou and burdened by unpopularity, could not offer. When Bishop Henry of Winchester, Stephen's own brother, presented him as the rightful king, the sacred vows sworn to Matilda melted like frost under the sun. The same barons who had sworn again and again that they would serve her laid aside their promises and bent the knee to Stephen. The betrayal was swift, almost breathtaking. Within weeks of Henry's burial, the solemn oaths sworn upon relics and gospels had been discarded. And so we return to the question: what was the weight of those oaths? To Henry, they were iron chains, binding his magnates to his chosen heir. To Matilda, they were the sacred guarantee of her destiny. To the church, they were affirmations of divine order. But to the barons, the oaths were fragile, conditional. They were words to be spoken when it pleased their king, but words that could be forgotten when circumstances changed. In truth, the weight of the oaths lay not in their sacredness, but in their usefulness. When honoring them suited the barons, they were heavy as stone. When betrayal offered advantage, they were light as air. This was the paradox of loyalty in the 12th century, bound by ceremony, but dissolved by ambition. The casting aside of these oaths did more than alter succession. It set into motion nearly 2 decades of chaos. The barons, by betraying their vows, shattered the fragile balance Henry had built. The result was civil war, a time when castles rose in rebellion, when law gave way to violence, when England itself was torn apart. The anarchy was born from broken promises, and it began in that moment when Stephen was hailed as king, and Matilda, the sworn heir, was cast aside. The weight of the oaths, then, is not measured in the rituals of Westminster or the relics upon which hands were laid. Their true weight lies in their breaking, for in the betrayal of those vows, England plunged into its darkest age of civil strife. The oaths had been meant to safeguard the realm. Instead, their shattering became the spark that set it aflame. When Stephen seized the throne, the barons and bishops of England found themselves staring into the abyss of their own consciences. They had sworn, not once but multiple times, to uphold Matilda's claim. They had pressed their lips to relics. They had touched the Gospels. They had called God himself to witness their fealty. And yet, when the moment came, those vows seemed to dissolve like mist in the morning sun. But men rarely see themselves as villains in their own stories. Even betrayal, when performed in the flickering firelight of ambition, must be cloaked in words. Words that transform treachery into necessity and dishonor into prudence. The oaths had been broken, yes, but excuses quickly followed. And in those excuses, we see not only the weakness of men, but the machinery of power in 12th century England. The first justification was simple: compulsion. Henry I, they claimed, had been a hard and relentless ruler. He had forced his barons to swear to Matilda, using his authority like a whip. His will had been law, his anger legendary. In such a climate, how could their oaths have been truly free? Did not the trembling hand upon the gospel reflect fear of the king more than loyalty to his daughter? Thus, some barons convinced themselves that their vows had been wrung from them like water from stone. If taken under duress, the oaths were void, the conscience unbound. This reasoning, though self-serving, had deep resonance in medieval thought. The Church itself had long debated whether promises made under fear held validity, and so, with a clever twist, the barons could claim not rebellion, but liberation, that they had been released from chains unfairly forged by their dead king. Others turned to a subtler distinction. They argued that their fealty had been not to Matilda in her own right, but to Henry who commanded it. The oath, they said, was bound to his person, to his reign, to his command. With his death, the bond had dissolved. A rope tied to a living man cannot bind when the man lies cold in his grave. And so they excused themselves. They had been loyal to Henry while he lived. But Henry was gone, and with him went their obligations. In their own minds, they were not oath-breakers, but realists, shifting their allegiance as naturally as night follows day. A harsher, more open justification followed, one that touched the raw nerve of medieval society: gender. Some barons declared openly that no oath to a woman could possibly be valid, for no woman was fit to wear the crown of England. Queens could be consorts, mothers, intercessors. But sovereign, that was an abomination to custom. It was, to their minds, contrary to God's design. Chroniclers record these arguments, with a mixture of scorn and recognition. For while many may have used gender as a cloak for ambition, the sentiment was real. In an age when power was measured by the sword and the battlefield, the notion of a woman as king seemed almost a contradiction in terms. Thus, some dismissed their oaths to Matilda not as perjury, but as impossibility. How could one swear fealty to what should not exist? Beyond gender lay politics. Matilda's marriage to Geoffrey of Anjou loomed over every decision. The Angevins were bitter rivals of Normandy, and the Norman barons who had crossed with William the Conqueror still saw them as hereditary foes. To swear to Matilda was, in their eyes, to swear also to Geoffrey, a youth they despised, a foreigner they distrusted, an enemy they loathed. Rumors whispered that if Matilda ruled, it would be Geoffrey who held the reins. His banners, not theirs, would march over Normandy. His hand, not hers, would direct the governance of England. Thus, rejecting Matilda could be dressed as patriotism. To betray her was, they claimed, to protect England from falling into Angevin hands. The bishops, too, joined in the chorus of rationalization. Men of the cloth, guardians of sacred law, might have been expected to uphold the sanctity of the oaths. But bishops were also politicians, and their words bent like reeds in the wind. Some argued that God himself had revealed his will in Stephen's rise. Was it not providence that Stephen had braved stormy seas to cross the Channel and reached London alive? Was it not divine judgment that he had been acclaimed by the people and crowned without resistance? Surely, they claimed, this was the hand of heaven directing events. Others suggested that oaths were always subordinate to the higher good of peace and order. If swearing to Matilda risked civil war, then breaking the oath to Stephen preserved stability. And was not stability itself a divine good? Thus, betrayal was transfigured into piety. And yet, peel back the layers of rhetoric, and the truth was stark. Chroniclers, writing with the clarity of hindsight, offered little patience for these justifications. They recognized the excuses for what they were: masks for fear, cloaks for ambition. Matilda was absent, Stephen was present. Matilda was a woman, Stephen was a man. Matilda was married to Geoffrey, despised in Normandy, while Stephen was familiar, charming, generous with promises. The choice was not made in the heavens, nor in conscience, but in calculation. The barons chose what was easiest, what was safest, what was most profitable. Convenience outweighed honor, and in choosing convenience, they traded the certainty of their oaths for the uncertainty of a usurper's crown. The justifications served their purpose. They soothed consciences, silenced critics, and gave a veneer of respectability to treachery. But no excuse could erase the fact that vows had been broken, that the very fabric of feudal society, built on trust and oath, had been torn, and from that tear would spill the blood of a generation. For by betraying Matilda, the barons believed they had secured stability. Instead, they sowed the storm that would become the Anarchy, nearly 20 years of war, famine, and ruin. In the end, their excuses would not shield them from the consequences of their choices. The oaths they had broken and the justifications they had woven became the foundation of England's darkest age. The betrayal of Empress Matilda's cause was not carried out in secret corners alone, nor whispered merely in the shadows of castle halls. It was sanctified, almost ritualized, by the very institution that claimed to speak for God himself, the medieval church. Without the blessing, or at least the compliance of the bishops, no king in 12th century England could hope to secure his throne. It was the church that crowned, the church that anointed, the church that framed the language of legitimacy. And in this moment of crisis, it was the church that provided the theological scaffolding for betrayal. At the center of this ecclesiastical drama stood Henry of Winchester, the younger brother of Stephen. Unlike Stephen, Henry was not a man of the sword, but of the crozier. He had risen with astonishing speed through the ranks of the clergy, not simply by devotion, but by calculation, ambition, and a keen sense of opportunity. By 1129, he had secured for himself the powerful bishopric of Winchester, one of the wealthiest sees in England, and soon afterward he became papal legate, the official representative of Rome in the kingdom. This dual authority gave him leverage unmatched by any other prelate. And now, in 1135, he found himself holding the balance of England's future in his hands. When King Henry I died, and his barons faltered in their loyalty to Matilda, Bishop Henry convened a council of bishops and abbots. These men, many of whom had personally sworn the solemn oath to uphold Matilda's succession, gathered in cloisters and chapter houses heavy with incense, the stone walls echoing with the distant tolling of bells. They were not merely administrators of lands or shepherds of souls. They were guardians of an idea. That kingship itself was a sacred office, sanctioned and maintained by the hand of God. To deny or affirm Matilda's claim was to interpret, in effect, the will of heaven. And so the bishops debated. They did not begin with politics, at least not openly. Instead, they wrapped their reasoning in the solemn tones of theology. What had God intended? They asked one another. They spoke of providence, of divine judgment, of the inscrutable designs of the Almighty. The tragedy of the White Ship, that night of November in 1120 when Henry I's only legitimate son, William Etheling, drowned in the Channel, became their cornerstone argument. Was this not a sign that God had rejected the male line of Henry's house? If William had lived, there would be no dispute. But God had taken him. Why? Perhaps, they suggested, because God did not intend Henry's descendants to continue unbroken. Perhaps because the kingdom required a different guardian. From there, the logic deepened, though it twisted like ivy. They questioned Matilda's suitability. If God had wished her to rule, would he not have granted her a clearer path? Why was her claim so contested, her acceptance so grudging, her allies so hesitant? Was not her position itself evidence that she was not chosen? Such arguments cloaked themselves in piety, but in truth they were calculated to soothe consciences while serving worldly advantage. To accept Matilda meant unrest, perhaps civil war. To accept Stephen meant continuity and the maintenance of their privileges. And then came the greatest flourish, Stephen's storm-tossed voyage across the Channel. He had crossed in winter, when other ships turned back. He had braved the gales, the icy spray, the threat of death. And yet, miraculously, his vessel arrived safely at the English shore. The bishops seized on this as a sign. What greater evidence of God's hand could there be? In sermons and speeches, they began to whisper. God had preserved Stephen for this very purpose. God had guided him through the storm because God intended him to wear the crown. It was a convenient miracle, a divine justification wrapped in salt spray and candle smoke. But behind these lofty declarations lay another, quieter truth. The bishops knew Stephen. They knew his temperament, pliable, courteous, eager to please. They also knew Matilda. She was proud, imperious, the daughter of an emperor, a woman who had commanded in Germany and Italy, who had no patience for baronial insolence or clerical arrogance. They feared that under her rule the church would not be indulged, its wealth might be challenged, its independence curtailed. But with Stephen, they anticipated favor. He had already promised to protect their lands, respect their rights, and honor their counsel. He was a man they could guide, perhaps even control. Thus, in solemn words spoken under vaulted ceilings, oaths sworn upon relics, and gospels were unraveled. The bishops who had once clasped Matilda's hand in fealty now claimed that their oath was conditional, that their loyalty was always subject to God's higher plan. And since they now proclaimed that plan to favor Stephen, their betrayal was transfigured into obedience. They absolved themselves by shifting the blame upward, toward the inscrutable will of heaven. And so the betrayal of Matilda was not confessed as betrayal at all. It was dressed in the robes of religion, processed through councils, confirmed by decrees, and pronounced as though it were God's own voice. Bishop Henry of Winchester, standing at the center of this stage, transformed political necessity into sacred doctrine. With each proclamation, the betrayal gained legitimacy, until it appeared not as treachery, but as the very fulfillment of divine order. Yet beneath the incense, beneath the chants and blessings, the reality remained unchanged. It was not God who had turned against Matilda. It was men, ambitious, fearful, self-interested men, who had chosen the easier path and sought holy language to cover their conscience. The church had spoken, and with its blessing, Stephen's cause marched forward. But the cost of that sanctification would be felt for decades to come, for the betrayal it justified was not the end of strife. It was the beginning of the anarchy. For the lay nobility of England, the lords of castles, the commanders of knights, the men who governed shires and manors, the crisis of succession in 1135 was not only a matter of loyalty to oaths, it was, above all else, a matter of survival. Their world was built on land, power, and the fragile web of alliances that stretched across the kingdom. The death of a king was not just the end of one reign, it was the unraveling of order, the sudden opening of opportunity, and the terrifying prospect of war. When the barons weighed the claim of Empress Matilda, they did so with unease. A woman on the throne was not only unusual, it was unprecedented in the history of Norman England. Never had a queen ruled in her own right. Queen's consort had advised, had schemed, had even acted as regents during their husbands' absences. But the idea of a woman bearing the crown as sovereign struck many as unnatural, even perilous. Could a woman lead men into battle? Could she command the allegiance of war-hardened lords? And most troubling of all, would her marriage to Geoffrey of Anjou make England a pawn in the ambitions of another realm? For many barons, this was the crux of the matter. Geoffrey was not merely a foreign prince, he was an Angevin, and the Normans despised the Angevins. Old rivalries ran deep. The House of Anjou had clashed with Normandy for generations. Blood had been shed, lands contested, raids carried out across disputed borders. To place Geoffrey's wife on the throne was, in the eyes of some lords, to invite Angevin domination over England itself. Would Geoffrey demand castles? Would he appoint his own men as sheriffs? Would he drag them into wars in France, bleeding their coffers dry for causes not their own? These were not idle fears, but urgent, pressing calculations. By contrast, Stephen offered familiarity and reassurance. He was Norman-born, raised in the English court, the nephew of Henry I, and the brother of Henry of Winchester, the bishop who now wielded immense influence within the church. Stephen spoke their language, shared their culture, and most importantly, he promised stability. He pledged to uphold their rights, respect their lands, and ease the burdens of royal taxation. Where Henry I had ruled with an iron fist, squeezing his vassals with scutage, levies, and unrelenting financial demands. Stephen presented himself as a gentler ruler. He spoke of generosity, of largesse, of a crown that would reward loyalty instead of punishing resistance. And this mattered. Henry I had been formidable, yes, but also feared. His barons remembered well his relentless control, his habit of calling them to account, his sharp memory for grievances. Stephen, by contrast, seemed approachable. He was known for his courtesy, for his affability, for his readiness to give rather than to take. In an age when royal strength often rested on intimidation, Stephen's warmth was almost disarming. To weary barons, who longed for respite from the heavy hand of royal authority, Stephen's promises were not only welcome but intoxicating. And so slowly, inevitably, the bonds of loyalty to Matilda began to fray. It did not happen all at once. Some lords hesitated, torn between the weight of their oaths and the pull of self-preservation. Others waited to see which way the wind would blow before declaring themselves. But one by one, across England, oaths solemnly sworn upon relics, oaths sealed by kisses to the cross and pledges before God, began to dissolve. In their place rose new gestures of allegiance. Hands that had once pressed against relics now clasped Stephen's hand. Lips that had sworn to defend Matilda's rights now bent to kiss Stephen's ring. The very symbols of loyalty were transmuted. Relic for relic, cross for crown, oath for oath. To justify themselves, the barons cloaked their betrayal in the language of necessity. They whispered that Matilda's cause was doomed, that a woman could not hold the throne, that Angevin influence would ruin them all. They told themselves that by supporting Stephen, they were preserving the kingdom from chaos. They spoke of order, of stability, of the greater good. Yet beneath these justifications lay simpler truths: fear, ambition, and the pursuit of advantage. For the barons did not act merely as guardians of the realm. They acted as men with much to gain and much to lose. A disputed succession meant opportunities for new grants of land, for new privileges, for rewards to those who chose the winning side. Many calculated that Stephen, generous by nature and desperate for loyalty, would be quick to reward those who backed him. In Stephen they saw not just a king, but a benefactor, a man who would need them, and who would pay for their support in gold, in land, and in favor. And so the tide shifted. What had once seemed certain, Matilda's succession, secured by oaths and reinforced by the king's command, now dissolved into uncertainty. Betrayal did not arrive with fanfare. It crept silently, through whispered meetings in candlelit halls, through nods of agreement exchanged in private chambers, through hands clasped in quiet promises. One by one, the barons turned away from the daughter of Henry I and bent their allegiance to Stephen of Blois. It was not treachery proclaimed in open rebellion, but treachery veiled in pragmatism. Each baron convinced himself that he had chosen the safer path, the wiser course, the option ordained by circumstance, perhaps even by God. And as they did so, the foundation of Matilda's claim crumbled. What began as hesitation hardened into defection. What began as a ripple became a tide. By the time Stephen placed the crown upon his head, the oaths sworn to Matilda had already become little more than dust in the wind, swept away by fear, by calculation, and by the lure of a king who promised to be everything her father was not. It is tempting, in hindsight, to frame the betrayal of Empress Matilda as a singular act of treachery, to point a finger at the bishops, at the ambitious nobles, at Stephen himself, and to declare them oath-breakers, hypocrites, liars. Yet to view it only as a moral failing would be to miss the larger reality of the 12th century world. For in that age of swords and castles, loyalty was not the unbreakable bond we imagine today. It was fragile, conditional, and dangerously fluid. In the medieval political imagination, an oath was both sacred and practical. It was spoken in the language of God, sealed upon relics, sanctified before the cross. To break an oath was to imperil one's soul. Chroniclers never tired of reminding their readers that oath-breakers faced damnation. And yet, in practice, the oath was also a tool, a weapon in the endless game of survival. A baron might swear loyalty one year, then renounce it the next, if fortune shifted. A bishop might clasp a relic today and excuse himself tomorrow by claiming God's will had changed. The truth was harsh. In a world where thrones toppled, kings fell in battle, and borders shifted with the winds of war, survival demanded flexibility. The oaths sworn to Matilda had been binding only so long as they were useful. Once Stephen appeared in London, crowned and anointed, once the bishops declared God's hand upon him, the barons adjusted their loyalty with scarcely a pause. To them, this was not betrayal, it was prudence. It was the art of remaining alive and prosperous in a world where fortune favored the swift and crushed the steadfast. For Matilda, however, the consequences were devastating. She had believed, sincerely, perhaps naively, in the sanctity of her father's arrangements. Henry I had compelled his barons to swear and swear again that they would uphold her claim. Chroniclers describe these ceremonies as grand affairs, relics laid upon altars, barons kneeling, bishops invoking curses on oath-breakers. Matilda had taken these vows as iron. In her mind, her inheritance was secure because it was undergirded by God himself. She had underestimated the ambitions of men. She had overestimated the binding force of sacred vows. When the barons shifted their allegiance to Stephen, it was not simply the breaking of promises. It was the collapse of a worldview. It revealed to Matilda that what her father had engineered with such meticulous planning could be swept away by convenience and fear. It revealed to her that no matter how often the words, "by God and this holy relic," were spoken, the true loyalty of the barons lay not with divine law, but with their own security, their own survival, their own profit. Loyalty in the 12th century was rarely a matter of the heart. It was transactional. A baron swore fealty not out of devotion, but in expectation of protection, reward, and stability. If a lord failed to deliver those, the oath became hollow. A parchment seal could crumble. A kiss upon the cross could be undone with the stroke of a sword. This was not cynicism. It was the accepted reality of feudal politics. Yet even knowing this, one must imagine Matilda's bitterness. To see men who had bent their knees before her father, who had sworn by relics to support her, now bending just as easily to her cousin. It was nothing less than a humiliation. It stripped bare the illusion of certainty. It forced her to confront, perhaps for the first time, the cruel fact that her legitimacy was only as strong as the swords willing to defend it. And herein lies the deeper tragedy. For Matilda's claim was not illegitimate. She was Henry's only surviving legitimate child. She was designated his heir by repeated public oaths. But the fragile nature of loyalty transformed her right into a question mark. With every oath broken, with every baron who shifted allegiance, the foundation of her cause cracked. Her enemies would later accuse her of arrogance, of pride, of an imperious temper. But who would not grow bitter when betrayed on so vast a scale? Who would not steel themselves against a world where sacred vows could dissolve like mist before the morning sun? The betrayal of Matilda, then, was not a singular act. It was a revelation of how power truly worked in medieval England. Oaths were not bonds of iron, but strings of thread, snapping the moment they were strained. Loyalty was never about principle. It was about advantage. And for those who lived in that world, it was not shameful to break faith. It was survival. For Matilda, though, this survival came at her expense. Her faith in the sanctity of oaths was shattered. Her inheritance, so carefully arranged, had been stolen not by sword at first, but by words twisted, promises abandoned, and loyalties that proved as fragile as glass. This, perhaps, was the harshest lesson she would learn, that in her struggle for the throne, she could rely not upon vows or blessings, not upon relics or oaths, but only upon the loyalty she could enforce, by strength, by fear, by necessity. For in 12th century England, loyalty was not eternal. It was a coin, spent and traded, valued only as long as it served the men who claimed to hold it. And so, in the ashes of this betrayal, Matilda's resolve hardened. If loyalty could not be trusted, then she would build her claim not upon words, but upon will, not upon oaths, but upon power. When Stephen was crowned in Westminster Abbey in December 1135, the barons and bishops congratulated themselves. In their eyes, they had avoided uncertainty, preserved order, and restored a sense of continuity after the sudden death of Henry I. To them, it seemed a practical solution. A man on the throne, capable of bearing the crown, wielding the sword, and leading armies. They reassured themselves that the delicate business of succession had been resolved swiftly. But beneath the golden robes and solemn chants of the coronation, the truth was far more fragile. What looked like stability was only a mask covering the kingdom's first cracks. By breaking their oaths to Matilda, the sworn heir of Henry I, the magnates of England had planted the seeds of disunion. They had not restored order, they had fractured it. The betrayal was not merely political, it was spiritual, moral, and personal. The oaths they had sworn were not casual promises. They had been taken on relics, on holy gospels, with bishops and priests invoking divine judgment. To break such a vow was to risk not only dishonor, but damnation. Yet ambition proved stronger than conscience, and fear more persuasive than faith. Some barons bent the knee to Stephen because they saw opportunity. His accession promised lands, titles, and favors for those who supported him. Others submitted reluctantly, calculating their advantage but withholding their hearts. They muttered their loyalty while already plotting against him. A third group held back entirely, neither committing to Stephen nor openly opposing him, waiting like vultures for the winds of fortune to shift. In this fragile landscape, loyalty became a coin to be bartered, a commodity weighed against ambition. Allegiance was no longer sacred, it was negotiable. Every nod of obedience was conditional, every handshake provisional. These shifting loyalties, though invisible at first, would splinter under pressure. Every oath broken became another crack in the foundation of Stephen's rule, and those cracks widened quickly. In Normandy, Matilda was not idle. The news of her usurpation enraged her, but it did not break her resolve. She still had her claim, her bloodline, and powerful allies, not least her husband, Geoffrey of Anjou. As whispers of unrest crossed the Channel, those who had sworn to support her years earlier began to reconsider their positions. Could Stephen's crown truly endure, they wondered, if it had been built on perjury? The very bishops who had justified Stephen's coronation knew, in their hearts, the fragility of what they had done. For every sermon that painted Stephen as God's chosen king, there was an unspoken fear. What if God disagreed? What if divine wrath would punish England for breaking its word? This fear haunted the church, lingering in cathedral shadows, gnawing at consciences during whispered prayers. In time, the consequences became clear. By crowning Stephen, the barons had not ended the uncertainty of succession, they had multiplied it. They had turned a single question, Matilda or not Matilda, into 100 smaller wars of allegiance. Families divided. Castles became islands of rebellion or loyalty. Sheriffs hesitated to enforce royal commands. Knights weighed their fealty against their fortunes. When Matilda finally crossed the channel to press her claim, those quiet cracks became gaping fractures. Men who had pledged their loyalty to Stephen abandoned him overnight. Others betrayed Matilda in turn, fearing her wrath or resenting her pride. The realm became a patchwork of contested allegiances, where no oath was trusted and no loyalty lasted long. This was the true consequence of betrayal. Not simply that Matilda was denied her throne, but that England itself was denied peace. For nearly 20 years, the kingdom was engulfed in what chroniclers called the Anarchy. Villages were burned, fields left barren, castles fortified against endless sieges. Brother fought against brother, neighbor against neighbor. And beneath it all, the people muttered bitterly of the day the barons broke their word to their late king's daughter. The fragility of loyalty had been laid bare for all to see. In the end, oaths had not been shattered by swords alone, but by convenience, fear, and naked ambition. England discovered that betrayal breeds not peace but chaos, and that once the bond of sworn loyalty is broken, no law, no crown, no anointing oil can restore it. From those shattered oaths arose a storm that did not abate for almost 2 decades. A storm that swallowed Stephen, embittered Matilda, and scarred an entire generation. Thus, the moment of Stephen's coronation was not a triumph of legitimacy, but a monument to betrayal. The solemn oaths sworn to Matilda lay broken, scattered like shards of glass across the realm. Those who had justified their treachery believed they had acted wisely, but history would remember them otherwise. Their betrayal became the spark for a conflict that would scar the kingdom. A conflict where loyalty would be tested again and again, and where the rightful heiress would prove far more resilient than they imagined. For the oaths may have been shattered, but Matilda's resolve was not. When Stephen of Blois claimed the throne in 1135, England did not immediately descend into open war. To many at first glance, the transition looked smooth. Stephen was crowned swiftly at Westminster Abbey, seated upon the ancient coronation chair, anointed with holy oil, and hailed as king by bishops and barons alike. He seized the royal treasury at Winchester, giving him the appearance of legitimacy. The great magnates of the realm bent the knee, swore their oaths, and pledged their support. And yet, beneath the pomp of ceremony and the trappings of monarchy, cracks were already spreading across the fragile facade of stability. Stephen's claim rested not on the solid stone of law and bloodline, but on shifting sand. His right to rule was born out of broken promises and treachery. Only years before, the barons had sworn a solemn oath to recognize Empress Matilda, daughter of Henry I, as the rightful heir. They had laid their hands upon holy relics, invoking divine witness to their vow. To betray such oaths was not simply a political maneuver, it was a spiritual perjury, a defiance of God himself. Yet with Henry dead, Stephen seized the crown, gambling that his charm, his affability, and the support of his influential brother, Henry of Blois, Bishop of Winchester, would outweigh questions of legitimacy. At first, it seemed to work. Stephen was approachable, generous, and possessed an easy charisma that won him favor among many of the nobility. But kingship demanded more than smiles and largesse. His predecessor, Henry I, had ruled with a steel hand, ruthless and calculating. Henry had enforced order across England, with a firmness that none dared question. Stephen, by contrast, proved too lenient, too ready to compromise, too willing to allow his barons freedoms that undermined the very authority of the crown. Almost immediately, the fabric of royal control began to tear. Powerful lords, sensing weakness in the throne, seized opportunities to expand their dominion. They built castles without royal license, strongholds of timber and stone rising on hilltops, river crossings, and strategic ridges. These fortifications, known to history as adulterine castles, were illegal and defiant. Each one was a statement of rebellion cloaked in stone. Chroniclers wrote of their sudden proliferation with horror. They filled the land with castles, and filled the castles with devils and evil men. These castles became nests of mercenaries, often hired from Flanders, Brittany, and beyond. These men owed loyalty to no king, no law, no realm, only to coin. They raided villages, seized crops, and held roads hostage, demanding tolls from travelers. The countryside, once relatively safe under Henry I's strong justice, became a landscape of fear. Roads were haunted by brigands, markets dwindled, and peasants cowered in hovels as armed men prowled the land. The kingdom, once unified under the king's peace, began to fracture into fiefdoms. Each adulterine castle was a beacon of defiance, declaring, "Here rules not the king, but the Lord who built these walls." The king's writ ceased to run in vast swaths of the land. Lawlessness was no longer the exception. It became the norm. For the common people, this descent into chaos was catastrophic. Entire harvests were seized to feed garrisons. Fields lay fallow as farmers abandoned them for fear of raids. Churches and monasteries, once sanctuaries of peace, were plundered, their treasures stripped to pay mercenaries or ransom captives. Chroniclers describe a time of suffering beyond memory. Men said openly that Christ and his saints were asleep. And yet, the barons thrived. Each castle granted them independence. Each raid fattened their coffers. The crown, unable to crush them, appeared weak and faltering. Stephen himself bore much of the blame. His conciliatory nature, once seen as a strength, proved fatal. Instead of punishing defiance, he forgave it. Instead of tearing down unauthorized fortresses, he tolerated them. Where Henry I would have acted swiftly and ruthlessly, Stephen hesitated. His leniency was read not as mercy, but as impotence. Meanwhile, Matilda, across the Channel, bided her time. Watching as England unraveled, she knew that each new adulterine castle, each raid, each cry of despair, weakened Stephen's hold on the throne and prepared the ground for her own claim. England was no longer a united realm. It had become a patchwork of private war zones, a kingdom in name, but in truth a land splintering into anarchy. The crown, once feared and respected, was crumbling. The anarchy had begun. Across the grey waters of the Channel, in the rugged lands of Anjou, the rightful heir of England waited, watched, and planned. Empress Matilda, daughter of King Henry I, had not forgotten the sacred oaths once sworn to her in solemn ceremonies across the realm. Years before, the barons of England and Normandy had bent the knee to her, laying their hands upon holy relics and swearing loyalty to her as Henry's chosen successor. They had promised before God and man that when the old king died, the crown would pass not to a distant cousin, nor to an opportunistic noble, but to his only surviving legitimate child. And yet, in the wake of Henry's death, those oaths had been shattered. Stephen of Blois had seized the throne, rushing to England before Matilda could act, bribing the Londoners with promises of liberty and persuading the bishops with flattery and gifts. By the time Matilda even learned of her father's death, Stephen was already crowned. Her claim, in the eyes of many, seemed lost, but Matilda was not a woman who surrendered easily. In Anjou, Matilda lived as the wife of Geoffrey Plantagenet, Count of Anjou, a marriage that had begun as a political arrangement but had ripened into a formidable partnership. Geoffrey was young, fiery, and ambitious. While his temperament was sometimes rash, his determination was unquestionable. Together, Matilda and Geoffrey built a court that hummed with restless energy, a crucible of ambition where plans for invasion simmered with each passing year. Matilda was not idle. She cultivated allies, the most important of whom was her half-brother, Robert of Gloucester. Robert was the illegitimate son of Henry I, a man respected for his loyalty, military skill, and honor. Though he could never wear a crown himself, he became the keystone of Matilda's campaign. With Robert's support, Matilda gained credibility among wavering nobles. He was not only her general, he was her champion. Another crucial ally was her uncle, King David I of Scotland, who had his own grievances against Stephen. David's early incursions into northern England, though ultimately checked, signaled to the realm that Stephen's authority was contested on all fronts. For years, Matilda endured the frustration of exile. Her father's legacy had been stolen, her rights denied, her name tarnished by whispers that a woman could never command a kingdom. She bore the sting of insult, but transformed it into steel. Each report of Stephen's faltering authority, each baron defying him, each adulterine castle rising in rebellion, each chronicler's lament of disorder, strengthened her resolve. By 1139, the kingdom was teetering. The lawlessness that followed Stephen's weak rule had disillusioned many of the magnates. The time, Matilda and her council decided, had come to strike. The invasion was no grand armada. There were no fleets of banners stretching across the horizon, no thunderous landings with drums and horns. Instead, Matilda's crossing was humble, almost furtive, a handful of ships slipping quietly across the channel, bearing not a vast army, but a small retinue of loyal knights, retainers, and courtiers. Among them rode Robert of Gloucester, grim-faced and determined. These were men who understood the risks. If they failed, they would be branded traitors, their lands seized, their lives forfeit. Yet their faith in Matilda was unshakable. When they landed on the English shore, there was no cheering multitude to greet them, no triumphal procession. But to those few who gathered in the shadows of coastal castles, it was as though a long-forgotten light had returned. For Matilda represented something Stephen never could: legitimacy, continuity, the rightful bloodline of the conqueror himself. At first, Matilda's presence seemed symbolic more than practical. She had no overwhelming army, no treasury to rival Stephen's, no coronation to bolster her. She was, in the plainest terms, a claimant in exile, sheltered within the castles of her loyalists. Yet her very arrival altered the balance of power. Every lord, every bishop, every sheriff now faced a fateful choice. Would they uphold their oaths to Henry's daughter, or would they cling to Stephen, the crowned but weakened king. In the private halls of castles and the cloisters of monasteries, men debated, prayed, and plotted. The kingdom was forced to confront its divided conscience. It was not only a matter of politics, but of faith. To support Stephen was to admit that oaths sworn before God could be broken without consequence. To support Matilda was to embrace the radical notion of a woman reigning in her own right, wielding authority in a world that believed kings must always be men. Matilda's arrival cracked the illusion of Stephen's uncontested rule. She was more than a rival. She was a living accusation, a reminder of treachery, and a beacon for all who despised Stephen's weakness. The year was 1139. The air over England was thick with unease, as though the land itself sensed the storm gathering on the horizon. For 4 years, Stephen had ruled as king, but it was a reign increasingly hollow, his crown more a burden of chance than a symbol of unchallenged authority. He was crowned, yes, but his legitimacy was fragile, his control tenuous, his kingdom splintered. And then came the news that would ignite the fire. Empress Matilda, the daughter of Henry I, the woman who should have worn the crown by right of blood, had landed upon English soil. She came not as a conquering general at the head of vast armies, but as a claimant carrying the weight of oaths broken and promises betrayed. With her stood Robert of Gloucester, her half-brother, her champion, her sword arm in a land where many still doubted a woman could lead. At first, her arrival seemed little more than a ripple across the channel. But to those who still remembered their solemn vows to Henry's daughter, it was thunder. In smoky halls and lamplit monasteries, whispers began to circulate. The rightful heir has come. The Empress has returned. The kingdom did not erupt into war all at once. It began in pockets, like sparks catching in dry grass. A baron here, a bishop there, quietly shifting allegiance, opening gates, or sheltering Matilda's envoys. Some joined her cause out of loyalty to her bloodline, others out of hatred for Stephen's weakness. Still more saw only opportunity, for civil war meant lands to seize, ransoms to collect, and rivalries to exploit. Every day the line between loyalty and treachery blurred. Castles became the bargaining chips of war. Control of a fortress meant control of the surrounding shire, and so they were fought over, besieged, and traded like prizes in a merciless game. The countryside felt the weight of this shift first. Villages near contested castles became pawns of war, their barns raided, their fields burned. Farmers, who had once worked in peace under Henry's iron rule, now lived in constant dread. Chroniclers recorded their suffering with stark simplicity. They said openly that Christ and his saints were asleep. With Matilda's arrival, Stephen's fragile authority began to fracture even further. His rule had never been absolute, but now his enemies had a figurehead, a rallying point. The oaths sworn to Matilda years earlier were remembered with a mix of guilt and fear. Bishops, whose blessing had legitimized Stephen's coronation, now found themselves torn between their king and their consciences. Some barons openly declared for Matilda, proclaiming her the rightful heir. Others hesitated, biding their time to see who would prevail. Yet even those who remained nominally loyal to Stephen began to act with greater independence, fortifying their castles, hiring mercenaries, and ignoring the king's writ. England was no longer a single kingdom. It was a patchwork of warlords, a land where castles overshadowed villages like wolves watching sheep, and where the king's justice could not be trusted to reach even a day's ride from Westminster. Matilda herself was more than a military leader. She was a living symbol. Her very presence reminded the barons of their broken oaths, her lineage a living echo of her father's command. She embodied both legitimacy and defiance, and though her forces were small, her claim was great. To Stephen's supporters, she was a threat to the order of God and man, a woman reaching above her station, daring to sit upon a throne meant for kings. To her followers, she was not only the rightful heir, but also a beacon of justice, a promise that the chaos of Stephen's reign might yet be replaced by strong rule. By the winter of 1139, the kingdom was sliding into open conflict. Raids became sieges, sieges became pitched battles, and soon the realm was engulfed in a civil war so bitter, so destructive, that it would be remembered by a single name: the Anarchy. For nearly 2 decades, the crown of England would hang in the balance. Families would be divided, villages erased, and loyalties tested beyond breaking. Chroniclers would write of a time when every man did as he pleased, when justice was bought with gold or steel, when suffering became the common language of the people. And yet, at its heart, this was not merely a struggle of barons and castles. It was the struggle of 2 claimants, a king crowned by speed and convenience, and a woman who would not surrender her birthright. The anarchy did not begin with the thunder of great armies. It began with the quiet, determined step of Matilda onto English soil, her cloak whipping in the Channel winds, her eyes fixed on a crown stolen from her. That step changed everything. Matilda had struck back, and England would never be the same again. The opening years of the Civil War, later remembered as the Anarchy, were not marked by a single decisive clash that crowned one ruler victorious. Instead, they unfolded as a grinding, bitter struggle of endurance, a war where loyalty was fickle, castles became bargaining chips, and England herself seemed to wither beneath the weight of destruction. The war was fought not in sweeping open fields, but in the slow suffocation of endless sieges. Across the English countryside, castles rose as the defining weapons of the age. Each stone fortress was a world unto itself, a prize to be taken, a stronghold to defend, and a symbol of defiance. Men bled and starved within those walls, and villages around them burned as armies stripped the land bare to feed themselves. Sieges lasted not days but months, sometimes years. Soldiers would dig trenches, raise wooden siege towers, or hurl fire-tipped arrows through the night sky. Defenders, equally desperate, rained stones, boiling oil, and molten pitch upon their besiegers. The clash was as much about endurance as bravery. Whichever side could hold out the longest often emerged the victor. At the heart of this war was King Stephen himself. Unlike some monarchs who directed campaigns from safety, Stephen often led from the front. He was seen charging into the thick of battle, hammer in hand, his courage undeniable. On more than one occasion, his presence turned the tide, inspiring men to fight harder and stand firmer. Yet bravery alone could not secure a kingdom. Stephen's fatal flaw was not in battle but in politics. He struggled to maintain the loyalty of his magnates. Nobles who swore fealty one season might defect the next, shifting to Matilda's cause if fortune promised them greater lands or influence. Victories that should have secured Stephen's crown instead slipped like sand through his fingers as allies deserted him or refused to commit their troops. Matilda, by contrast, lacked the resources of her rival. She did not always command vast armies, nor did she have the steady flow of silver that Stephen, as reigning king, could draw from the royal treasury. Her greatest strength lay in her half-brother, Robert of Gloucester, whose military skill and unwavering devotion made him her indispensable champion. Meanwhile, her husband, Geoffrey of Anjou, fought across the Channel in Normandy, tying down Stephen's forces there. Yet Geoffrey rarely could spare troops for England, leaving Matilda to fight her battles with limited soldiers and often sheer determination. Her war was one of persuasion, coaxing wavering barons to her cause, promising legitimacy, stability, and a return to the rightful succession. While nobles schemed and generals fought, the common people bore the heaviest burden of this drawn-out war. The countryside was ravaged repeatedly as armies marched and countermarched. Fields of wheat were trampled into mud, leaving villages to starve. Cattle and sheep were seized by passing soldiers. Churches and monasteries, once seen as sacred sanctuaries, were stripped of food, coin, and relics. Even the cloistered walls of abbeys could not keep out the hunger of war. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, written by monks who saw this devastation firsthand, recorded a lament that has echoed through the centuries. They said openly that Christ and his saints slept. This was no ordinary war. It felt as though the divine order itself had abandoned England. To the ordinary villager, it scarcely mattered whether Stephen or Matilda claimed the crown. Both sides brought ruin. By the end of the first campaigns of civil war, England stood not triumphant under a single crown, but broken, splintered into dozens of warring pockets of power, each castle a world unto itself. The land that had once been unified under the strong hand of Henry I was now a patchwork of contested fiefdoms, its people weary and worn thin from endless strife. Every castle in England seemed to change hands with dizzying speed. One month, a baron swore loyalty to King Stephen and flew his banner from the ramparts. The next, under pressure or persuasion, the same stronghold was turned over to Matilda's cause. Garrisons were massacred or expelled, walls pulled down only to be rebuilt again. Castles were no longer symbols of stability. They became bargaining chips, tokens in a larger game that neither claimant could decisively win. And each time a fortress fell, the surrounding countryside suffered. Armies stripped villages of food, slaughtered livestock for supplies, and burned whatever could not be carried away. It was a war of attrition fought not only with swords, but with starvation. To the common people, the question of who wore the crown mattered little compared to the daily reality of survival. The plowman who once turned his field with steady rhythm now saw his furrows crushed beneath the boots of marching men. Families fled to the woods, living like outlaws among the trees, while their homes smoldered behind them. Mothers bartered what little they had to feed their children, often forced to surrender bread to passing soldiers at sword point. The price of grain soared to ruinous heights. Where once a farmer might have traded a penny for a loaf of bread, now even silver could not guarantee food. Hunger gnawed at villages. Famine followed armies like a second enemy. The authority of the crown, that sacred idea of order descending from God to king and from king to subject, all but collapsed. With Stephen distracted by rebellions and Matilda struggling to gather momentum, barons took advantage of the chaos to seize what they could. They built unauthorized castles, levied their own taxes, and terrorized local communities. Chroniclers describe with horror how warlords preyed upon the land, taking prisoners for ransom, mutilating those who could not pay, and hanging peasants as warnings. To the people, it was as though the bonds of law and justice had snapped. They filled the land with castles, and they filled the castles with devils and evil men, wrote one monk in despair. Even the church, the one institution that might have offered sanctuary, could not escape the war's shadow. Monasteries were raided, their treasuries emptied to fund soldiers' pay. Sacred relics were stolen, and abbeys once devoted to prayer became armed redoubts. The monks of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle gave voice to the suffering with their haunting lament. They said openly that Christ and his saints slept. It was not only the land that was ravaged, but faith itself. The people believed that God had turned his face from England, leaving them to the mercies of ambition and greed. Travelers described a landscape scarred and wasted. Roads that once carried merchants now lay empty, for no one dared risk ambush. Market towns dwindled as trade collapsed. Churches stood roofless, villages deserted. The silence of abandoned fields was broken only by the cries of carrion birds circling over corpses left unburied. To cross England was to walk through ruin. A kingdom that had once prospered under Henry I's order and justice now seemed haunted, a ghost of itself. What made this devastation all the more unbearable was its lack of resolution. After years of marching, fighting, and starving, no victor had emerged. Stephen held his crown, but weakly. Matilda pressed her claim, but without permanence. Every victory seemed undone by the next reversal. Every triumph was fleeting. The war became not a struggle for the crown alone, but for survival itself. Villagers prayed not for Stephen or for Matilda, but for peace, for an end to a conflict that had stolen their livelihoods, their families, and their very sense of hope. The scars of these first campaigns cut deep. Children grew up knowing nothing but war. Their first memories the smoke of burning thatch, their lullabies the cries of mothers mourning the dead. Villages emptied, never to be rebuilt. The landscape bore the marks of destroyed castles, charred churches, and abandoned fields. Though kings and queens would eventually rise again, though dynasties would come and go, the memory of this chaos would echo for generations. For England had not merely endured a war of succession, it had endured a war that unraveled the very fabric of society. The stage was set for years of grinding conflict. The struggle between Matilda and Stephen would drag on, consuming lives and fortunes, with no swift end in sight. A kingdom once mighty now lay in ruin, and it would take generations to heal the wounds carved into its soul. The winter of 1141 dawned bleak and bitter. Frost gripped the land, rivers froze at their edges, and the fields lay hard beneath an iron sky. It was under this cold and unyielding heaven that one of the most decisive battles of the Civil War, later known as the Anarchy, would unfold. The Battle of Lincoln was not simply another clash of swords and spears. It was a reckoning, a moment when fate itself seemed to pause and weigh the destiny of England. King Stephen, the usurper in Matilda's eyes, had held the throne for nearly 6 years. His reign had been a ceaseless struggle, marked by rebellions, shifting loyalties, and the constant shadow of Matilda's claim. But Stephen was no cowardly monarch who hid behind walls or let others fight his battles. He was a man of vigor, often reckless, but always courageous. On the morning of February 2nd, 1141, as the pale sun crept over the frozen horizon, Stephen prepared to stake everything, crown, life, and legacy, on the battlefield outside the city of Lincoln. The city itself, an ancient stronghold, had become a prize too tempting to ignore. Its imposing castle and commanding position made it a jewel of strategic importance. But inside Lincoln, rebellion simmered. The powerful Earls of Chester and Lincoln had turned against Stephen, throwing their weight behind Matilda. For Stephen, this revolt could not go unanswered. To lose Lincoln was to lose the spine of his authority in the North and Midlands. Thus, he marched, summoning his loyal men, and advanced to crush the rebellion before it could spread like fire through dry reeds. The armies that gathered were not vast by the standards of Europe's great wars, but to the people of England, they were immense and terrifying. Stephen's loyalists numbered perhaps a few thousand, drawn from knights, mercenaries, and the levies of loyal barons. Opposing him stood the combined might of Matilda's allies, Robert of Gloucester, her half-brother and fiercest champion, Ranulph of Chester, whose defection had tilted the balance, and the discontented magnates who saw their fortunes tied to Matilda's rising star. As dawn broke, the battlefield came alive with the cacophony of war. Horses stamped nervously, their breath rising in ghostly plumes. Shields were strapped, lances lowered, swords tested against mail. The clang of steel and the bark of orders echoed across the frost-bound fields. Chroniclers would later write that the air itself seemed charged, as though heaven and earth understood that this day would decide more than the fate of a single king. It would decide whether England could accept a woman as sovereign, whether Matilda's claim could finally blaze into reality. Stephen fought like a lion. At the heart of the melee, clad in heavy mail, crowned with his dented helm, he refused to retreat even when outnumbered. He wielded his sword with relentless ferocity, cutting down foe after foe. Chroniclers tell of his blade breaking under the strain, splintered and useless in the thick of combat. Yet even then, he did not falter. With the broken remnant of his sword, he continued to strike, turning the shattered steel into a symbol of defiance. His knights fell around him, his standard was driven back, but still Stephen stood, his body ringed by enemies, his strength ebbing but his resolve unbroken. At last, exhaustion overtook him. His sword was gone, his shield shattered, and his armor dented from countless blows. Surrounded and pressed on all sides, the king was dragged down, captured not by cowardice or flight, but by sheer force of numbers. Bound and disarmed, Stephen, an anointed king of England, was led from the field as a prisoner. For the first time since William the Conqueror's victory at Hastings in 1066, England's sovereign had been humbled, his crown all but torn from his head. For Matilda's supporters, this was divine justice. To them, God had passed judgment on Stephen's unlawful reign. His capture was proof that heaven favored the rightful heir, the daughter of Henry I. The woman denied her inheritance. Among her followers, there was jubilation and awe. For her enemies, however, Stephen's fall brought dread and unease. The idea of a reigning queen unsettled the medieval mind. The thought of a woman crowned, not as consort but as sovereign, stirred whispers of disorder, of a world turned upside down. And yet, in that single moment, the crown lay metaphorically at Matilda's feet. The road to Westminster opened before her. The halls of Winchester, the treasury, the machinery of royal power, all were hers for the taking. She stood on the very threshold of history, ready to become not simply a claimant, but England's first queen regnant. But fate, ever fickle, would prove that victory in battle was not victory in rule. Though Stephen's chains gave Matilda the crown in sight, the hearts of men, and the unyielding expectations of her age, would soon place new obstacles in her path. The capture of King Stephen in early 1141 had seemed to shift the tides of England's destiny. For Matilda, daughter of Henry I and heiress to the English throne, this was the moment she had long been promised. After years of struggle, hardship, and endless campaigning, The path to Westminster and to history appeared clear. London, the heart of the kingdom, opened its gates to her. The city, rich with commerce and political ambition, prepared to witness what many believed would be a coronation unlike any before. The crowning of England's first queen regnant. Matilda's entry into London was nothing short of theatrical. Her retinue, clad in fine silks and heavy armor, marched through streets thronged with curious citizens and loyalists who hoped to align themselves with the future monarch. The banners of her family, emblazoned with lions and fleur-de-lis, fluttered in the cold wind. Trumpets blared, announcing her arrival, and the city's bells rang in accompaniment, a celebration, or perhaps a warning, that the city's fate was now tied irrevocably to her claim. Yet even in triumph, cracks began to appear. Matilda's demeanor, resolute and commanding, left little room for negotiation or appeasement. She demanded tribute, taxes, and land from the nobles and wealthy merchants of London. In her eyes, these were not acts of greed, but of justice, the consolidation of authority, the assertion of legitimacy in a kingdom that had long known chaos. To her supporters, these measures were necessary to cement her claim and ensure that Stephen's capture would not be wasted. But for many of the Londoners, the tone of her governance felt abrupt and imperious. Chroniclers of the era, nearly all men, described her as arrogant, overbearing, and even disdainful of tradition. She was, in their words, haughty beyond measure. While these accounts may be colored by misogyny, reflecting a refusal to accept that a woman could wield power with the same authority as a man, they reveal a larger truth. The city and its people were unprepared for a female sovereign. They were accustomed to kings who negotiated, bargained, and conformed to the established social order. Matilda's confidence unsettled that order. As the day of her coronation approached, tension in London escalated. Streets that had once cheered her arrival now seethed with apprehension. Mobs gathered in alleyways and squares, their voices rising in protest. Stones flew from rooftops. The clang of improvised weapons echoed through the narrow streets, and even some of her own followers wavered, fearful of the growing unrest. When Matilda finally attempted to enter Westminster Abbey, the scene devolved into chaos. Her retinue, though heavily armed, struggled to maintain order against a crowd that was both curious and hostile. Bells rang in frantic, discordant peals. The air was thick with the cries of citizens, merchants, and clergy alike. Stones struck armored bodies, splintering shields and bruising arms. Matilda herself narrowly avoided injury, shielded by her closest advisors and knights. The coronation, that should have solidified her reign instead, dissolved into panic and disorder. The backlash was not simply the work of the mob. Among the nobles of London, resentment simmered. Those who had once pledged allegiance to Matilda questioned her judgment and her temper. Alliances formed and dissolved with dizzying speed. Letters were dispatched, conspiracies whispered in candlelit halls. Her strong measures, intended to project authority and ensure obedience, were perceived as hubris, a refusal to respect the delicate balance of power that governed medieval politics. For Matilda, the experience must have been devastating. She had fought long and hard, endured years of campaigning, sieges, and political maneuvering, only to find that victory in war was insufficient to guarantee the crown. The hearts of men and women steeped in tradition and social expectation had proved as formidable as any army. Her triumph had been undone, not by battlefield strategy, but by the fragility of trust, the volatility of public sentiment, and the stubborn unwillingness of her society to accept a woman in supreme authority. In the aftermath, Matilda withdrew from London, her plans for coronation abandoned, her authority fractured. The city, once ready to crown her, now stood divided. Stephen's capture, which should have secured her claim, became instead a bitter reminder that legitimacy depended not only on conquest, but on the delicate art of persuasion, loyalty, and the acceptance of those whose allegiance could make or break a reign. The events of these weeks left a lasting mark on Matilda's life and legacy. She was remembered as determined, uncompromising, and visionary, but also as a figure whose ambition collided with the rigid gender expectations of her time. The struggle for the crown continued, the civil war dragged on, and the idea of a reigning queen remained a notion too radical for many contemporaries. Her triumph had been real, but fleeting. And in that fleeting moment lay both the glory she had earned and the bitter reminder of the challenges that awaited her. The year 1141 had begun with such promise for the Empress Matilda. King Stephen, her rival, was in chains, his crown all but lost, and the nobles of England seemed poised to accept the daughter of Henry I as their rightful sovereign. Yet as the summer advanced, triumph soured into uncertainty. The fragile foundations of her authority began to crack, and it was in the city of Winchester, ancient seat of bishops and the treasury of the realm, that her fortunes collapsed. Winchester was no ordinary city. It had been the capital of Wessex in the days of the Anglo-Saxons, and under the Normans it retained immense significance. It was the home of the royal treasury and the center of ecclesiastical power. For within its walls resided Henry of Blois, Bishop of Winchester, papal legate, and brother to the imprisoned King Stephen. Henry was no mere churchman. He was a politician, a schemer, and a man whose shifting loyalties could tilt the balance of power in the realm. At first, Bishop Henry had sided with Matilda, recognizing her claim when Stephen's crown seemed lost. But Matilda's imperious manner, her demands for obedience, and her disregard for negotiation drove even allies into doubt. By the summer of 1141, Henry of Blois had turned against her, plotting to restore his brother to the throne. Matilda responded swiftly. Determined to crush opposition and assert her dominance, she moved her forces into Winchester. Her army laid siege to the bishop's stronghold, attempting to starve out resistance and reassert control. The decision was bold, but also perilous. Winchester's streets became a battlefield of smoke and flame. Narrow alleys echoed with the clang of steel, the cries of the wounded, and the rumble of collapsing timbers as fire spread through the city. The citizens, caught between two armies, fled in terror, their homes reduced to ash. What had begun as a confident show of authority descended into catastrophe. Stephen's loyalists rallied with newfound determination. Forces loyal to the queen consort, Stephen's wife Matilda of Boulogne, marched to relieve the city. They were fierce and uncompromising, inspired by the chance to rescue their captive king. Soon, Matilda the Empress found herself surrounded, her army cut off, supplies dwindling, and morale collapsing. The retreat, when it came, was chaotic and devastating. Chroniclers describe the rout of Winchester in vivid, harrowing detail. Matilda's forces poured out of the city in a desperate flight across the countryside, pursued by Stephen's men at every turn. Knights were cut down in fields and forests. Infantry scattered into the hills, hunted like prey. The smoke of burning Winchester trailed behind them, a grim reminder of ambition undone. Matilda herself escaped, narrowly, and only through the aid of her most loyal supporters. Cloaked and shielded, she rode through secret paths, abandoning treasure, supplies, and even dignity in her haste to survive. But not all were so fortunate. Her half-brother and staunchest champion, Robert of Gloucester, was captured in the chaos. The loss was a devastating blow, for Robert had been more than a commander. He was the beating heart of her cause, the strategist who gave coherence to her scattered forces, and the personal anchor upon which she relied. The irony was brutal. Only months earlier, she had held King Stephen in chains, his crown dangling by a thread. Now, Stephen's freedom was restored in exchange for Robert's. The prisoner king walked free, while the empress, still uncrowned, saw her hopes for immediate rule dissolve like mist. The wheel of fortune had turned with cruel finality. Matilda's triumph in London had evaporated into humiliation at Winchester. Her bold attempt to seize power had left her weaker than before. Stephen's authority, though shaken, was renewed. The civil war dragged on, bloodier, more desperate, and more destructive than ever. For Matilda, the rout of Winchester was more than a military defeat. It was a reminder of the fragility of power, the treachery of allies, and the unrelenting resistance of a kingdom not yet ready to accept her reign. The dream of becoming England's first queen regnant had slipped further from her grasp, undone not by one battle alone, but by the relentless forces of politics, prejudice, and fate. The year was 1142, and with the rout of Winchester behind them, England found itself sliding into a bleak twilight of uncertainty. No decisive victor emerged from the clash. Stephen had been freed, his rival's strongest champion taken captive, yet Matilda still stood defiant. The realm hung suspended, trapped in a war without end. What began as a struggle for a crown now became something darker, more corrosive, a grinding civil war that gnawed at the very fabric of society. Chroniclers of the age called it the Anarchy, a name that would echo through centuries, synonymous with lawlessness, cruelty, and despair. With the crown contested, power fragmented. The great lords, once loosely bound by fealty to the crown, grew bold in their independence. Across the land, castles sprouted like weeds after rain, grim fortresses of stone and timber, each a bastion of defiance. Some were strongholds of loyal magnates, meant to secure territories in the name of Stephen or Matilda. Others, however, were the domains of opportunists, men who owed allegiance to neither side. These adulterine castles rose upon hilltops, in forests, and beside river crossings, built without royal license. They stood as symbols of a shattered authority, reminders that the king's writ no longer reached beyond the shadow of his sword. From these fortresses, petty warlords ruled as kings of their own small realms. They exacted tribute from passing merchants, levied harsh tolls on peasants, and sent raiding parties into rival lands. Where once England had been united under one crown, now it splintered into a patchwork of fiefdoms, each lord grasping for his own profit. It was the common people who bore the heaviest weight of the war. Chroniclers wrote of endless misery. Fields lay untilled as farmers fled before marching armies. Villages were burned, crops seized, livestock slaughtered, entire families huddled in forests or caves, hiding from marauders. The gallows became instruments of ransom. Captives, whether merchant, priest, or peasant, were strung up by their thumbs, feet, or necks, tortured until their families delivered payment. Women were taken as spoils of war, their fates barely whispered of in the chronicles. Monasteries, once sanctuaries, were pillaged for gold and silver, their relics stolen to fund war machines. One monk wrote with horror, "Christ and his saints slept." This chilling lament, preserved through time, captures the sense of abandonment that haunted the English people. To them, It seemed God himself had turned his face away from the kingdom. Stephen's cause endured, but his authority was hollow. Though crowned king, he commanded little beyond the loyalty he could enforce by strength of arms. His charisma, once praised, now seemed inadequate against the chaos of rebellion. Matilda, meanwhile, held fast in the West, her power anchored in the loyalty of her half-brother Robert of Gloucester and her son Henry, a boy destined for greatness. Though she never reclaimed London or wore the crown, her shadow loomed large. Every campaign Stephen fought, every castle he besieged, was done with the fear that Matilda's supporters might strike again. Years blurred into decades. Battles flared at Lincoln, Oxford, and Wallingford. Skirmishes stained the countryside with blood. Yet no side could deliver the fatal blow. England became a wasteland of private wars. Lords who once fought for Stephen now changed allegiance when opportunity beckoned. Others, exhausted, pledged neutrality, caring only for survival. The war ceased to be about Stephen or Matilda. It became a cycle of vengeance and ambition, each raid feeding the next. By the 1140s and into the early 1150s, England was a kingdom without peace. Children grew up knowing nothing but war. An entire generation came of age to the sound of clashing steel and burning homes. The chroniclers tell of famine spreading like fire. Armies devoured harvests, leaving villages to starve. In winters, the poor boiled bark and roots to survive. The very earth seemed cursed, its bounty wasted in endless strife. Yet even wars without resolution eventually exhaust themselves. By the early 1150s, both sides were weary. Stephen had fought for nearly 2 decades. His forces stretched thin, his treasury drained. Matilda had retreated to Normandy, her cause now embodied in her son, Henry of Anjou. Henry was young, but ambitious and resolute. He crossed the Channel with small armies, testing his fortune, gathering allies. Where his mother had struggled, Henry inspired. He was to be the new hope of the Angevin cause, carrying forward Matilda's claim with renewed energy. In 1153, after years of stalemate, the barons themselves forced compromise. The Treaty of Wallingford, also called the Treaty of Winchester, was signed. Stephen would remain king until his death, but he recognized Henry as his heir. This settlement, at last, promised an end to the nightmare. It was not a triumph for Stephen, nor was it a crown for Matilda. Instead, it was survival, an escape from the abyss of perpetual war. The story of Empress Matilda's bid for the English throne is not simply the tale of a royal claimant. It is the chronicle of a kingdom battered by siege warfare, of castles rising like scars across the land, of battles fought in choking mud and bitter cold, and of a population forced to endure the grinding cruelty of war without end. After her dramatic landing in England in 1139, Matilda's struggle escalated beyond diplomacy into relentless violence. Her claim to the crown was challenged at every turn, not only by her cousin Stephen, who wore the crown in defiance of Henry I's oath, but also by a turbulent nobility that shifted loyalties as swiftly as the winds changed across the Channel. The struggle became not one war, but dozens of small wars, interlocking, overlapping, and spreading like wildfire across England. When we imagine medieval England, it is impossible not to picture castles, those towering fortresses of stone and timber that dotted the landscape, rising out of the earth like monuments to power. In the age of Empress Matilda, these castles became more than just strongholds. They were the very heartbeat of war, the measure of authority, and the instruments of survival in a land without peace. By the middle of the 12th century, castles were no longer rare symbols of royal dominance. Instead, they had multiplied with alarming speed, scattering across valleys, guarding river crossings, and looming over villages. Chroniclers of the time, many of them monks who watched the devastation unfold, recorded their horror at the proliferation of what they called adulteran castles. These were unauthorized fortresses, hastily thrown together with earth and timber, sometimes reinforced with stone, and erected by ambitious barons who sought to carve out their own spheres of influence amidst the chaos. Each hilltop, each bend in the river, each trade route seemed to sprout one of these fortifications. Some were crude wooden towers ringed by ditches and palisades, constructed in mere weeks. Others grew into formidable keeps with stone curtain walls, dominating entire regions. What they all had in common was their defiance of centralized authority. For Stephen and Matilda alike, castles were both the currency and the chains of this conflict. To rule England was to command its castles, or to raze them into dust. But castles, by their very nature, invited siege warfare. And it was in sieges that the anarchy found its truest, darkest expression. Unlike open battles, which were rare and risky, sieges dragged on for weeks, months, sometimes even years. Armies dug trenches and built palisades, surrounding the enemy like a tightening noose. Timber towers were rolled forward, designed to match the height of castle walls. Siege engines, vast contraptions of rope, wood, and stone, hurled boulders and firepots against battlements, while archers maintained an endless hail of arrows. Yet for all their noise and spectacle, sieges were wars of attrition, not of glory. Soldiers camped in mud and filth, their armor rusting, their supplies dwindling. Disease often struck long before a wall was breached. For the garrisons trapped inside, life became a prison of hunger and dread. Food was rationed until livestock were slaughtered, horses eaten, and finally, rats and roots consumed. Chroniclers describe starving defenders, pale with exhaustion, reduced to shadows of themselves as they watched their supplies vanish. But siege warfare was not confined to the warriors. The villagers caught in the crossfire bore the heaviest burdens. Many were forced into labor, dragging timber for siege engines, filling moats with stones, carrying endless supplies of water and grain. Families fled their homes, abandoning fields and cottages to the flames. Those who remained often found themselves punished by both sides, forced to serve their lords under pain of death, or tortured into revealing hidden stores of food. A siege, then, was not merely a military action. It was a psychological crucible. The endless waiting, the creeping hunger, the terror of nightly assaults, these wore down body and spirit alike. It was war stretched out into a slow torment, where time itself became a weapon. Every castle that rose or fell carried immense symbolic weight. For Matilda, capturing a fortress meant more than securing a stronghold. It was a declaration that her authority extended one step further into Stephen's fractured realm. Each keep she seized became a beacon to wavering nobles, proof that the Empress had strength enough to command and defend. For Stephen, castles were the sinews that held his crown together. To lose them was to lose not just territory, but the confidence of his barons. And so the war descended into a grim rhythm. Siege followed siege. Castles were built, attacked, surrendered, and rebuilt again. Chroniclers speak of England transformed into a land of fortresses, its valleys scarred with mounds, ditches, and crumbling towers, its people living under the shadow of constant violence. In this brutal age, the castle was both prison and prize, salvation and sentence. It gave shelter, yet invited attack. It offered protection, yet demanded endless suffering from those trapped behind its walls. Above all, it symbolized the fragmentation of England itself, where once a single king's authority had been unquestioned. Now every castle became a rival throne, every lord a potential tyrant. For Matilda's cause, mastery of siegecraft was essential, but the cost was staggering. Each campaign consumed money, men, and morale. Armies grew weary, supplies ran thin, and loyalties faltered under the weight of prolonged suffering. Victory, when it came, was often hollow. A castle captured, yes, but at the price of exhaustion, famine, and devastation. The Empress herself endured this harsh rhythm. She moved from fortress to fortress, her authority tested with every march, every confrontation. Her followers, drawn by loyalty or ambition, bore the endless grind of siege warfare in her name. And though they suffered, their endurance carved out a legend. For in the end, the castles of the Anarchy were not just fortifications of stone and timber. They were monuments to human endurance and despair, testaments to the brutal reality of a kingdom without peace, and symbols of the Empress who fought to claim her rightful crown in their shadow. The winter of 1141 brought England to a breaking point. Snow fell across the countryside, cloaking fields and villages in a deceptive stillness, while within the castle walls of Lincoln, a storm was gathering. King Stephen had laid siege to the fortress of Ranulph of Chester, a powerful magnate whose loyalty was as unpredictable as the season itself. Stephen believed this was but another rebellion to crush, another stronghold to bend beneath his crown. Yet Lincoln would prove to be far more than a skirmish over a single castle. It would become the crucible in which the fate of England was decided. Word of the siege reached Robert of Gloucester, Matilda's loyal half-brother, and her most formidable general. Robert knew the stakes. If Lincoln fell to Stephen, the king's grip would tighten around the realm. And so he rode north with Matilda's supporters, gathering an army of hardened knights, fierce mercenaries, and embittered barons who had lost faith in Stephen's rule. On the morning of February 2nd, 1141, the armies met in the open fields outside the walls of Lincoln. The bitter cold cut into men's armor, and their breath steamed in the icy air. Chroniclers tell us the clash was apocalyptic. Trumpets blared, the thundering of hooves shook the earth, and banners snapped in the wind. Stephen's forces, though smaller, were disciplined and desperate, for they fought not just for a castle, but for their king's very authority. In the chaos of battle, Stephen revealed a raw courage that astonished even his enemies. Contemporary accounts describe him as a lion unleashed, his sword rising and falling in deadly arcs, cutting a path through the melee. When his blade shattered from the strain of combat, he seized a great Danish axe and continued to fight with a fury that bordered on madness. Bloodied, surrounded, and hopelessly outnumbered, Stephen refused the cries urging him to flee. He stood his ground as if he alone could turn back the tide. But even the bravest king cannot fight forever. Slowly, inevitably, Stephen's circle of defenders was overwhelmed. His axe splintered, his armor dented and torn, until at last the King of England was dragged from his horse and taken captive. His capture on the field of battle sent shockwaves across Christendom. To see a crowned monarch, not slain but humbled, bound in chains, was almost unthinkable. For Matilda, this was the moment she had long awaited. With Stephen imprisoned, the throne seemed at last within reach. She rode in triumph toward Westminster, acclaimed by her followers as Domina Anglorum, the Lady of the English. Chroniclers record that, for a fleeting season, she was addressed not as a mere claimant, but as England's rightful sovereign. Victory had never seemed so close, yet even as the crown appeared to fall into her grasp, shadows gathered. Triumph in war was not the same as mastery in politics, and Matilda was about to discover that the road to power was more treacherous than any battlefield. The wheel of fortune that had raised her so high would soon turn again. Victory had seemed within Matilda's grasp. With King Stephen a prisoner and the crown all but promised, she had marched in triumph through the streets of Westminster, hailed as Domina Anglorum, the Lady of the English. For a moment, the long struggle of her claim appeared resolved. But power in England was as fickle as the weather, and within months her triumph dissolved into disaster. The first tremors of trouble came not from the battlefield, but from the church. Bishop Henry of Blois, Stephen's brother and the most powerful churchman in the kingdom, had originally thrown his considerable influence behind Matilda. He had argued that her rule offered the best hope for peace and stability. Yet Matilda's manner, so imperious and uncompromising, quickly alienated him. She demanded loyalty, but she offered little in the way of gratitude or conciliation. Where Stephen had been lenient and conciliatory, she was austere and exacting. The nobles grew uneasy, and the clergy murmured discontent. London, too, became a crucible of disappointment. The city's merchants and aldermen had long yearned for order. They had hoped that Matilda, crowned as queen, would restore stability after years of bloody uncertainty. But her stern rule and heavy demands for money, coin to pay her soldiers and secure her fragile regime, turned them against her. When she entered the city to prepare for coronation, the bells tolled not with joy, but with unease. Soon the people of London, whipped into fury, rose in open revolt. Matilda was forced to flee the city in haste, her coronation abandoned. Still, she remained resolute. Her half-brother Robert of Gloucester, her chief commander and the linchpin of her cause, counseled her to press forward. If the nobles and clergy wavered, then military might must compel obedience. And so Matilda turned her gaze upon Winchester, the ancient royal city where Bishop Henry had his power base. In the summer of 1141, her army encircled the city, intent on forcing the bishop to submit. It was a bold gamble. Winchester was not only a seat of ecclesiastical influence, but also a symbol of royal authority, housing the great treasury and the regalia of kings. To control Winchester was to claim legitimacy. But even as Matilda's banners flew outside its walls, her enemies gathered strength. For across the realm, Queen Matilda of Boulogne, Stephen's wife, proved herself as formidable as any warrior. Fierce, determined, and resourceful, she refused to accept her husband's downfall. With fiery resolve, she rallied loyalists to Stephen's cause. She raised an army of knights, mercenaries, and baronial supporters, and with the support of William of Ypres, Stephen's trusted captain, she marched to relieve Winchester. What followed was chaos. The besiegers became the besieged. As Queen Matilda's forces swept into the city, flames engulfed the streets. Chroniclers speak of smoke billowing skyward as houses burned and terrified townsfolk fled. The clash of steel echoed through the winding lanes. Arrows hissed from rooftops, horses screamed in panic, and the once proud royal city became a furnace of destruction. Matilda's army faltered. What had begun as a confident siege dissolved into confusion. Robert of Gloucester fought valiantly to shield his sister's retreat, but the panic spread faster than courage could contain it. Men broke ranks, casting aside shields and spears to escape. The road from Winchester became a trail of corpses and abandoned armor, a testament to shattered hopes. And then came the catastrophe. Robert of Gloucester, Matilda's most trusted commander, was captured. Surrounded, outnumbered, and exhausted, he surrendered to Stephen's loyalists. For Matilda, the loss was more than personal. It was strategic ruin. Robert was not only her half-brother, but also the military genius and steady hand that had carried her cause through years of struggle. Without him, her armies were rudderless. In the weeks that followed, negotiations brought the bitter exchange. Robert of Gloucester for King Stephen. The prisoner king was restored to freedom, while Matilda, once poised to be queen, found herself again cast into the shadows. Her dream of immediate coronation had gone up in smoke, consumed in the flames of Winchester. The rout of Winchester was more than a defeat. It was a turning point. It revealed the fragility of Matilda's claim, the dangers of overreach, and the ferocity of her rival, Queen Matilda of Boulogne. From triumph to disaster in the span of months, the Civil War had become a wheel of fortune, spinning with cruel indifference. And in its relentless turning, the woman who might have been England's first queen was left grasping for power that always seemed just out of reach. The rout of Winchester was not the end of the struggle, but the beginning of a long, grinding stalemate. From 1141 onward, the war between King Stephen and Empress Matilda dragged into a bleak and bitter contest that spanned more than a decade. It was a conflict without resolution, a war that did not rage with the clear sweep of conquest, but burned slowly, consuming England piece by piece. Neither side could strike the final blow. Stephen, restored to his throne, bore the scars of humiliation, but remained unyielding. He traveled across the kingdom, rallying barons to his cause, offering gifts and privileges in exchange for loyalty. His charisma, his ability to forgive and to win men over, helped him endure. Yet his authority was always fragile, dependent on shifting alliances and barons who weighed their fealty against their own survival. Matilda, though diminished by defeat, refused to abandon her claim. With Robert of Gloucester once again at her side after the prisoner exchange, she continued the fight. Her court was a court in exile, a wandering government that moved from castle to castle, never secure, always pursued. To her followers, she remained Domina Anglorum, the Lady of the English, but her authority was as mobile and unstable as her retinue. She depended upon loyalty, upon the belief that one day her perseverance would be rewarded with a crown. The land itself bore the heaviest cost. England fractured into zones of influence, some territories loyal to Stephen, others to Matilda, and many caught between, shifting allegiance as necessity demanded. Where Stephen held sway, garrisons were installed, castles reinforced, taxes levied to keep his armies in the field. Where Matilda commanded, the same pattern followed. Levies drawn, supplies demanded, loyalty enforced at sword point. But many lords, cynical and pragmatic, swore oaths to both sides, waiting to see which claimant would prevail. The ordinary people of England suffered most. Chroniclers speak of a realm descending into misery, of fields left uncultivated, of crops rotting in the ground, of livestock driven off by marauding soldiers. Villages were burned, sometimes by Stephen's forces, sometimes by Matilda's, more often by men who cared little for banners and only for plunder. Churches, once sanctuaries, were stripped of chalices and holy relics, their stone walls turned into fortresses or prisons. Violence became commonplace, cruelty routine. Chroniclers recount with horror how peasants were tortured for ransom, their limbs broken, their eyes gouged, their bodies left mutilated as a warning to others. Families fled their homes, wandering as beggars along desolate roads. Children starved as winter claimed what little hope remained. One monk wrote bitterly that Christ and his saints slept, as though heaven itself had turned away from England's suffering. In this world of lawlessness, castles rose like weeds across the countryside. Every petty baron, every opportunist with coin or cunning, built strongholds from which they terrorized the land. Chroniclers claim thousands of such adulterine castles appeared, unauthorized, hastily constructed, yet potent symbols of the anarchy that ruled the realm. From these fortresses, warlords demanded tribute, exacted tolls, and waged private feuds, as though the kingdom's crown no longer existed. And yet, amid the desolation, both Stephen and Matilda clung to their causes. For Stephen, the war was about legitimacy, about proving that his kingship, though once broken on the battlefield, still carried divine sanction and baronial approval. For Matilda, the war was about inheritance, about her father's oath, about the promise that a woman could rule if her claim was just. Every triumph seemed shadowed by loss. When Matilda's supporters captured a fortress, Stephen's forces retaliated elsewhere. When Stephen secured the loyalty of a baron, another slipped away to Matilda's side. The kingdom became a chessboard where no piece could ever deliver checkmate. Through these years, Matilda endured in ways that defied expectation. Though never crowned, though often defeated, she refused to vanish. Her resilience became her greatest weapon, for even when fortune turned against her, she endured where weaker claimants might have fallen. Yet endurance came at a price. Her treasury drained, her soldiers weary, her allies restless. Even those who had pledged their lives to her cause sometimes questioned how long this shadow war could continue. Thus, the War of Succession became less a series of grand battles and more a war of attrition, a grinding test of patience and resolve. It was a decade of suffering, a kingdom divided, a people broken, and two rival claimants locked in a struggle that seemed destined never to end. Through the long and bitter years of civil war, Matilda's story ceased to be merely about castles, sieges, and fleeting victories. Instead, she herself became the embodiment of endurance in a kingdom on fire. Though never formally crowned as queen, Matilda carved out a role that no woman before her had dared to claim so openly. She stood not behind the throne, but upon the battlefield, issuing commands, directing armies, and negotiating with the barons of England as an equal, sometimes even as their superior. Every castle she besieged, every loyalist garrison she confronted, every retreat she was forced to endure, all became chapters in a larger tale. For Matilda, the war was not simply a struggle for territory or the crown, but for recognition. With each confrontation, she defied the expectation that a woman's role was confined to the domestic or the ceremonial. Her resilience itself was an act of rebellion. Chroniclers, even those hostile to her, could not deny the iron in her character. She was, to friend and foe alike, a reminder that legitimacy did not rest solely in male inheritance, but in willpower and authority. Yet the conflict itself became an endless cycle of sieges, skirmishes, and stalemates. Neither Matilda nor Stephen could secure a decisive victory. Towns were burned, crops destroyed, villages emptied, and churches fortified like strongholds. England bled, but no final triumph came. By the mid-11th century, the land was weary beyond words. Noble houses were impoverished by constant campaigning, Common folk bore the weight of taxation and famine, and the great lords shifted allegiance so often that loyalty became a coin with little value. This period, remembered grimly as the Anarchy, was not a war of conquests, but a war of exhaustion. Two rivals clashed until their energies, and the energies of the kingdom itself, were spent. By its twilight, Stephen was aging and weary, Matilda withdrawn but unbroken, her cause not defeated, but transformed. For even without a crown, she had carved out something more enduring, the path for her son. When the dust finally began to settle, it was Henry of Anjou, Matilda's determined and ambitious heir, who would inherit the fruits of her relentless struggle. In 1154, he ascended as Henry II of England, founding the Angevin dynasty and restoring a measure of royal authority that had been shattered in the chaos. Thus, though Matilda never ruled as queen, her struggle was not in vain. She had become the bridge between chaos and renewal, her defiance laying the groundwork for a new dynasty and proving, beyond all doubt, that a woman could contest the throne of England and leave her mark upon history. The sieges, the battles, and the endless campaigns of attrition were not isolated moments lost to the dust of history. They were the crucible in which Empress Matilda's story was forged, shaping not only her legacy, but also the destiny of England itself. Each clash of steel upon shield, each night spent behind the cold walls of a castle under siege, was more than just an episode of war. It was the testing ground for an unyielding will. Matilda was denied the crown she so fiercely claimed, but her struggle was far from wasted. In her defiance, she carved a place for herself in history, not as a queen who reigned, but as a woman who refused to bend to the traditions that sought to silence her. She carried the weight of legitimacy, the expectation of a dynasty, and the fierce pride of the Norman line. And though the throne eluded her, the torch of her ambition did not go out. It passed instead to her son, Henry, who would ascend as Henry II, founding a dynasty that would dominate England for centuries. But such a legacy came at a terrible cost. The castles that rose as bastions of defense, the villages that smoldered in ruin, the thousands who starved or fled their homes. These were not forgotten footnotes, but the price of ambition and survival. For the common folk, the Civil War was not a story of rightful succession or dynastic legitimacy. It was a relentless storm of famine, fear, and fire. The Anarchy taught England the devastating price of division, reminding all who endured it that the question of who wore the crown could shatter lives as easily as stone walls. And yet, out of this crucible of suffering and resistance, something new emerged. The first great experiment in female rule. Though she never wore the crown, Matilda stood as a living challenge to centuries of tradition, proving that a woman could lead armies, negotiate alliances, and command the loyalty of powerful men. In her endurance, England glimpsed both the fragility of its monarchy and the possibilities of its future. Thus, the memory of Empress Matilda endures not merely in chronicles and genealogies, but in the very structure of the monarchy that followed. Hers was not a victory of coronation, but of legacy, a testament to perseverance in the face of betrayal, exile, and relentless war. In her struggle, England learned that crowns are not only won in battlefields, but in bloodlines, in endurance, and in the determination to never be forgotten. Exile. For most rulers in the medieval world, it was not just a punishment, but a death sentence for one's political ambitions. To be driven from the land you claimed as your birthright was to be silenced, forgotten, erased. But for Matilda, exile was not an end. It was a crucible. In exile she was tested, and in exile she learned to wield a power no throne could grant. The power of persistence, of endurance, of waiting for the moment when fortune turned once more. When Matilda was forced to withdraw from England, her dreams of immediate coronation had collapsed into ashes. The civil war known as the Anarchy had left the land bleeding, yet her rivals still clung to power. King Stephen, though weakened, still commanded enough loyalty to keep her from securing Westminster. For Matilda, exile was a bitter reminder that even royal blood and rightful claims could be outmaneuvered by the vagaries of politics, chance, and betrayal. Yet her exile was not a retreat into obscurity. Instead, it became a stage upon which she rebuilt her strategy and passed the torch of her ambition to her son, Henry. The winter wind tore across the grey expanse of the English Channel, howling with a ferocity that seemed to mirror the turmoil in Matilda's heart. She had come so close, so nearly claimed the throne that was hers by birthright, and yet, in a cruel twist of fate, it had slipped from her grasp. The streets of London had turned hostile, allies had faltered, and the crown she had almost worn now remained just out of reach. Stripped of immediate victory, she faced the bitter necessity of exile. The ship that would carry her away was a humble vessel by royal standards, a cog built to survive the unpredictable seas, not to provide comfort to a queen forced to flee. Its wooden planks creaked under the strain of the winter swell, and the ropes rattled violently against the mast. Sailors, their faces pale from cold and fear, struggled to hold the flapping sails in place as the vessel pitched and rolled with every monstrous wave. Even in the best weather, the crossing was treacherous, but the stormy winter seas transformed it into a gauntlet of survival. For Matilda, the voyage was more than a passage across water. It was a journey into uncertainty, into exile, into a life where her claim to England's crown would be contested from afar. The familiar shores of her homeland gradually receded behind her, fading into the grey horizon, and with them vanished the immediate hope of triumph. One can almost see her eyes, sharp and determined, scanning the waves, reflecting a complex storm of emotions. Grief for the lost opportunity, anger at those who had betrayed her in the critical hour, fear for what lay ahead, and a flickering ember of resolve that refused to be extinguished. The sea itself seemed to echo her inner turmoil. Waves rose like dark, living walls, smashing against the ship's hull with relentless power. Spray stung her face, and the cold penetrated even the thick furs she wore, chilling her to the bone. Thunder rolled across the heavens, punctuated by flashes of lightning that momentarily revealed the whitecaps surrounding the vessel. The sailors shouted to one another over the roar of wind and water, their voices sharp and urgent, yet Matilda remained a steady figure among the chaos, a queen in exile whose will would not bend. Each hour on that tossing ship was a test of endurance. The ship's timbers groaned, threatening to split under the pressure of the waves. She clutched the railing, her knuckles white, as the vessel lurched violently from side to side. Every wave seemed a challenge, a reminder that her claim had been denied, that England's throne was still contested, and that she had no certainty of the alliances, the loyalty, or even the very safety of her future. Yet within this physical struggle lay a metaphorical one as well. Each wave she endured, each gust of wind she faced, mirrored the political storms she had weathered in England, the betrayals, the fleeting victories, the fragile alliances that had failed at the most crucial moments. Exile was not only a physical journey across the Channel, It was a trial of her spirit, a proving ground for the unyielding resolve that would define the rest of her life. As the ship pressed onward through the turbulent waters, Matilda's mind was already reaching beyond the horizon. Though she was leaving England behind, her thoughts were never far from it. Letters to loyal allies were drafted in her mind. Plans for future campaigns whispered to herself in quiet determination, and visions of her son Henry, the heir who would inherit her claim, took shape with ever greater clarity. She understood that her exile was not the end of her story, but merely the beginning of a longer, more patient struggle that would one day secure the throne for her bloodline. The bitter wind, the churning waves, and the cold that cut to the bone could not diminish the fire within her. Even as the channel roared and the ship groaned beneath its burden, Matilda's resolve burned brighter with every mile. The crossing was perilous, the outcome uncertain, yet she faced it with the same courage, intelligence, and quiet ferocity that had carried her through the storms of war, betrayal, and near coronation. By the time the distant lights of Normandy appeared through the mist, Matilda was no longer merely a claimant in retreat. She was a queen in waiting, tempered by exile, and more determined than ever to shape the destiny of England from afar. Exile did not strip Matilda of her sense of destiny, it merely relocated it. Forced from the turbulent shores of England, she found in Normandy both a refuge and a stage upon which to preserve her claim. For many, exile was a mark of defeat, a quiet fading into obscurity. But for Matilda it became the crucible in which her resolve was tested, refined, and made unbreakable. In Rouen and Caen, within the echoing stone halls of Norman castles, she established a household that, though smaller in scale than the glittering English court she had once sought to rule, pulsed with a fierce determination. Her court in exile became a gathering place for loyal knights, exiled English lords, restless clerics, and ambitious mercenaries. They came not only for her patronage, but for the conviction she embodied, the belief that the rightful crown of England still awaited her hand. The atmosphere of her court was unlike that of any other in Christendom. It was neither leisurely nor ceremonial, but charged with urgency. Strategies were whispered in shadowed chambers lit by flickering torches, maps of England unrolled across heavy oak tables, names of allies and traitors recited like prayers. Her advisors debated campaigns, alliances, and the temper of wavering barons. And always at the center stood Matilda, listening, deciding, commanding. She did not rule in name, but she ruled in spirit, and her presence alone was enough to give the men around her purpose. Though stripped of her throne, she bore herself as if still crowned. Chroniclers noted that her demeanor was regal, her speech sharp, her will unyielding. She did not allow the courtesies of monarchy to fade. Audiences were granted with ceremony, emissaries were received with dignity, and foreign envoys quickly understood that, though England had denied her, she carried herself as England's queen. Her opponents mocked her as arrogant, her followers revered her as indomitable. Envoys continued to seek her out, papal legates eager to gauge her influence, noble families hedging their loyalties, rulers from Anjou and Flanders calculating their own advantage in her cause. Each meeting was a theater of power, and Matilda understood the performance well. Even in the stripped-down halls of exile, she projected majesty, ensuring that none forgot her lineage, her claim, or her unwavering belief that God's will was on her side. Exile also gave her time to cultivate the future. In her son Henry, she saw the embodiment of her dynastic hopes. The boy was trained relentlessly in the arts of war and governance, absorbing not only the tactics of knights and the lessons of statecraft, but also the unspoken weight of destiny. Those who looked upon him did not see merely the child of an ambitious mother. They saw the heir of England's rightful queen. Matilda, through her son, planted the seeds of a dynasty that would outlast her rivals and shape the very soul of England. Thus, Matilda's exile was not a retreat, but a recalibration. She became a queen without a throne, a monarch without a crown. Yet she remained the gravitational force around which her loyalists orbited. The English crown may have rested on Stephen's head, but the idea of legitimacy, of blood and destiny, rested with Matilda. Her enemies feared her persistence. Her allies revered her endurance. In Normandy, she did not fade. She endured, she waited, and she built. And in that waiting, she transformed from a claimant cast aside into a living symbol, a queen in exile who carried herself with such majesty that even defeat could not erase her sovereignty. Exile stripped Matilda of the crown she believed was rightfully hers, but it did not strip her of her purpose. Though denied the throne of England, she still carried within her the authority of an empress, the dignity of a queen, and the resolve of a mother who knew that her bloodline was not meant to wither in obscurity. If England would not crown her, then she would shape her son to wear the crown in her place. Her son, Henry of Anjou, was still a boy when fortune cast them into the margins of power. Yet the world he grew up in was no gentle court of ease, but one defined by uncertainty, shifting loyalties, and the heavy shadow of ambition unfulfilled. He saw his mother not as a passive widow or defeated claimant, but as a woman of iron, forged in the furnace of struggle. The bitter lessons Matilda carried from England, of betrayal, of fragile alliances, of fleeting victories, she now poured into him, not as abstract lectures, but as lived truths carved into her very being. Matilda taught Henry that a crown is never freely given. It is not inherited through mere birthright, nor secured by oaths sworn in calmer times. A crown is claimed. It is taken by those bold enough to reach for it, and strong enough to defend it against all rivals. She impressed upon him the cold reality that in a realm riven by ambition and greed, legitimacy must be proved not by parchment and seal, but by the sword and the loyalty it inspires. But Matilda's guidance was more than harsh counsel. In exile, she shaped his mind as carefully as a smith tempers steel. She spoke to him of kingship not as privilege, but as burden. She instructed him in patience, something she herself had often lacked. She showed him, through her own scars, that anger must be measured, that strategy is the true heart of war, and that the loyalty of men is earned as much by respect as by fear. Henry absorbed these lessons with a hunger that astonished even her. Where Geoffrey of Anjou gave him fire and restlessness, Matilda instilled discipline, purpose, and vision. She wove into him the story of her struggle, the oaths once sworn to her father, Henry I, the betrayal of barons who had once promised their loyalty, the near victories that slipped from her grasp at the last moment. These were not merely tales of the past. They were warnings, parables of treachery and resilience. The boy watched his mother receive envoys in the half-empty halls of exile, her presence regal even without a crown. He saw her stand tall before lords who came to her not with armies but with excuses, and he recognized in her an unbending will. He learned that kingship begins not with a coronation, but with the refusal to bow before circumstance. Exile became Henry's classroom, and Matilda its relentless teacher. He learned the strategies of diplomacy by observing her bargaining with neighboring lords, measuring every word, every gesture. He learned the nature of loyalty by watching who abandoned her and who remained, understanding that faithfulness is a coin rarer than gold. He learned war not only through the clash of steel in training yards, but through the stories of campaigns won and lost, etched into his mother's memory. And above all, he learned resilience. He saw in her the strength to endure defeat without surrendering, the resolve to wait when fortune turned its back, and the vision to plan for a future she herself might never live to see. In truth, it was exile that forged Henry more than any courtly schooling could have. The boy who grew up in the shadow of his mother's struggle would become Henry II of England, the first Plantagenet king, a ruler whose dominion stretched wider than any English monarch before him. He carried within him the fire of Anjou, yes, but it was tempered and guided by Matilda's indomitable spirit. Without her lessons, without her example, Henry might have been just another ambitious noble, swept aside in the endless tides of medieval power. But Matilda ensured that he inherited not only her blood, but her will. She taught him that a dynasty is not given. It is built brick by brick, battle by battle, sacrifice by sacrifice. Thus, though Matilda never wore the crown she fought for, she passed it on through her son. In him, her failures were transformed into triumph, and her exile became the crucible in which the future of England was shaped. Exile might have driven Matilda from England's shores, but it did not strip her of her claim, nor did it erase her from the minds of those who had once sworn allegiance to her father, King Henry I. If anything, her absence sharpened her legend. Across the Channel, in the castles of Normandy and Anjou, she remained vigilant, working tirelessly to ensure that England did not forget the woman who had once stood on the threshold of the throne. Her influence stretched like an invisible thread, binding her still to the land she had lost. Letters, carefully worded and sealed with her emblem, traveled quietly across the sea. These were not mere courtesies, but political weapons, messages designed to remind wavering barons of oaths broken, to rekindle loyalties, and to whisper promises of reward should fortune turn. Each dispatch carried her voice into the halls of England's great lords, a voice both commanding and persistent, impossible to silence even from afar. Nor were letters her only instruments. Trusted emissaries moved between courts, slipping through ports and across contested territories, carrying not only messages but presents. They spoke of Matilda's resilience, of her continued claim, of her young son Henry, who even in his youth embodied the next chapter of her dynasty. These envoys kept her name alive in England, ensuring that though her body was absent, her shadow still loomed over every chamber where power was debated. And Matilda's cause found fertile ground, for Stephen's kingship had become increasingly fragile. His early victories had been marred by indecision, his alliances strained by missteps, and his realm plagued by the chaos of unchecked barons carving out fiefdoms in defiance of royal order. The people suffered in what chroniclers called the Anarchy, a time when, as one monk wrote, Christ and his saints slept. To those ground down by war and disorder, Stephen appeared less a king than a faltering guardian of peace. In that darkness, the idea of Matilda, strong, rightful, and unyielding, lingered as a beacon. Every rebellion that erupted against Stephen, every flare of unrest in the shires, carried something of Matilda's spirit. Even if she was not physically present to command, her hand could be felt in the unrest, whether through subtle encouragement or through the mere fact that her claim endured. For the rebels, invoking her name gave legitimacy to their defiance. For the people, her absence was not silence but a haunting presence, a reminder that the rightful heir had not disappeared into obscurity, but waited, patient and prepared across the sea. Whispers spread through taverns, monasteries, and markets. The Empress has not given up. Rumors painted her as a figure both near and far, a claimant who could at any moment return with fresh resolve, perhaps with foreign allies, perhaps with her growing son beside her. These whispers unsettled Stephen's court, for even those who supported him knew that loyalty was fragile and ambition ever restless. The barons who had once sworn oaths to Henry I still carried the weight of that promise. Some had broken faith by accepting Stephen, but guilt lingered. Others had bent to Stephen only because Matilda's fortunes had waned. Yet the thought of her return gnawed at them, an unease that never fully dissipated. Could they face her again if she landed with an army? Would their betrayal be forgiven or punished? Such doubts weakened Stephen's grip, for loyalty rooted in fear is never loyalty at all. And so, exile became not an end, but a weapon. Matilda learned to wield absence as influence. She turned silence into pressure, distance into strategy. Her name, her claim, her very existence kept England uneasy. She was like a storm on the horizon, distant but inevitable, shaping decisions even before a drop of rain had fallen. In this way, Matilda achieved a paradoxical power. Though dispossessed of crown and court, she ruled through anticipation and fear. The barons plotted with her in secret. Monks prayed for her cause. Common folk passed along stories of her courage. And Stephen, for all his efforts to appear secure, never slept easy. For across the Channel, the Empress remained, watching, waiting, and reminding all who would listen that England's true heir was not gone, but only preparing for the moment when fortune would tilt once more. Thus, the long reach of exile was not a retreat into obscurity, but the crafting of a legacy that endured beyond defeat. It was a demonstration of power that required no throne to command, no army to march, only the unbroken will of a woman who refused to be forgotten. Exile for Matilda was not a tale of romance or grand adventure, though later centuries might dress it so. It was a crucible, bitter, relentless, and heavy with disappointment. She had once stood upon the very threshold of triumph, Westminster within her grasp, the crown nearly pressed upon her brow. But those days were gone. Instead of corridors humming with loyalty and courtly obedience, she now walked the foreign halls of Normandy and Anjou as a dependent, tolerated as an honored guest, but always reminded that she was not sovereign here. Every hall echoed differently. Where once courtiers bowed low, there were now measured greetings, polite but restrained, the gestures of men and women who saw her as a claimant, not a queen. At banquets, she smiled through clenched resolve, raising her goblet among nobles whose eyes betrayed the thought, she could have been, but she is not. Each feast was a reminder of a throne lost. Each council meeting whispered of what had slipped away. And in the stillness of night, when torches sputtered low and silence drowned the chambers, the memory of Westminster returned like a haunting. Her supporters, though loyal, were not made of iron. Men who had fought at her side, who had risked their wealth and blood for her cause, grew weary. The years dragged on, and whispers spread among them. Was her claim cursed? Was God himself against her? Even the strongest knights carried doubt in their hearts, a creeping fatigue that ate at the foundations of her cause. The dream of her reign seemed at times like a mirage receding across a desert, always within sight, never within reach. And yet, Matilda was no ordinary exile. She carried herself as though the crown were still upon her head, and in many ways it was. For though her hands no longer held scepters, and her throne stood empty, she refused to surrender the dignity of her title. She remained, to all who dared address her, the Empress. Not merely the widow of the Holy Roman Emperor, but the woman who had once ruled at his side and held sway in the empire's glittering courts. By insisting upon this recognition, by demanding the forms of deference, she carved a dominion out of absence, a sovereignty made of memory and willpower. In this, exile became not a collapse, but a transformation. Matilda ruled still, not in England, not by law, but in spirit, in presence, in the very authority of her bearing. Every command she gave, every look of stern resolve, every refusal to bow to circumstance proclaimed that she remained who she had always been. She would not diminish, and she would not break. Thus, the strain of isolation, though bitter, was tempered by a steel resolve. If the throne was denied her in stone and gold, she would keep it alive in the invisible realm of dignity and defiance. Matilda's exile, then, was not the story of a fallen queen, but of a sovereign who carried her crown unseen, a monarch without a kingdom, but not without power. As the turbulent years of civil war dragged on, Stephen's reign, once bolstered by early victories, began to fracture beneath the weight of uncertainty. His promises to his supporters, once gilded with hope, now rang hollow. Powerful barons, who had rallied to his banner for profit and prestige, grew restless when rewards dwindled. His court, once a stage of loyalty and pomp, became a theater of suspicion, whispered intrigue, and waning faith. The strength that had once enabled Stephen to seize the crown slowly bled away, leaving him vulnerable to the shifting tides of fortune. Meanwhile, Matilda, though denied the throne in name and ceremony, endured with a different kind of strength, the strength of patience. Exile had been her curse, but it was also her crucible. From the castles and cloisters of Normandy, she wove her legacy in silence, preparing not only for her own vindication, but for the triumph of her bloodline. She nurtured her son, Henry, instilling in him the resilience she herself had earned through struggle. The boy grew into a man of steel and vision, tempered by his mother's example and sharpened by the lessons of war. By the time Henry crossed the Channel with his own ambitions, England was weary of conflict. The great lords, once eager for battle, longed for stability. The people, crushed under the weight of endless strife, yearned for peace. It was into this weary kingdom that Henry strode, not merely as a claimant, but as the living embodiment of Matilda's cause. Every march of his soldiers, every pledge of loyalty sworn in his name, carried with it the echo of Matilda's struggle. Though her banner no longer led armies in the field, her vision remained alive in her son. Stephen, cornered by the inevitability of change, recognized the shifting balance. His supporters fell away, his coffers ran dry, his strength diminished. And at last, the moment came when negotiation replaced bloodshed. Stephen, worn by years of strife, agreed to acknowledge Henry as his heir. In that act, Matilda's long fight was vindicated. She may never have worn the crown of England upon her brow, but her bloodline claimed it all the same. Exile had denied her a throne, but it had preserved her legacy. The chroniclers, in their stark Latin, often described her years abroad as defeat, a queen who never ruled. Yet to view it only as failure is to miss the quiet triumph written in the shadows of time. Her years were not wasted. They were years of preparation, resilience, and endurance. In the castles of Normandy, she forged alliances. In the corridors of power, she kept alive the legitimacy of her claim. In her son, she ensured the continuation of her vision. Thus, Matilda's reign existed not in the coronation chair at Westminster, but in something greater. The endurance of her cause, the survival of her claim, and the ascendancy of her dynasty. When Henry II took the throne, ushering in the Plantagenet age, it was not merely his triumph, but hers. Every law he enforced, every battle he fought, every stone laid in the great empire he built across England and France, bore the mark of his mother's endurance. Matilda's story reminds us that victory does not always come in the form of crowns or ceremonies. Sometimes it is won in the shadows, carried forward by patience and perseverance. Her triumph was not loud, nor was it immediate. It was the triumph of endurance over collapse, of vision over compromise, of patience over despair. And in the end, her bloodline reigned for centuries, shaping the destiny of England long after her own voice had faded from its halls. Matilda was more than a would-be queen. She was the architect of a dynasty, the silent conqueror of time, and the patient victor whose legacy endured when armies and crowns alike had passed away. History often measures greatness by crowns worn, by scepters held aloft, and by names etched into coronation rolls. Yet Matilda, the woman who could have been England's first queen regnant, teaches us that power and legacy cannot always be confined to thrones and regalia. Hers is not the story of a monarch crowned and anointed, but of a claimant denied, who nevertheless shaped the future more profoundly than many who sat upon that throne. To call her a defeated pretender is to misunderstand her entirely. Defeat belongs to those whose cause dies with them. Matilda's cause did not die. It endured, survived, and triumphed through patience, through resilience, and through the bloodline she forged in exile. She was, in truth, an unyielding queen without a throne. Her exile was not a grave, but a crucible. Cast out of England after years of bitter conflict, she withdrew not into despair, but into endurance. In the cloisters of Normandy, in the castles of Anjou, in the shadowed chambers where she counseled her son, she remained a force. She was no longer leading armies through snowbound escapes, nor storming into Westminster with her retinue. But her power was quieter now, woven into strategy, lineage, and legacy. Exile stripped her of the outward signs of majesty. She no longer held court in London, nor did bishops bend the knee at her feet. The crown, glittering and heavy with history, was placed on another's head. The castles she once commanded were passed into rival hands. Yet these losses could not strip her of resolve. In the face of defeat, Matilda transformed endurance into a weapon sharper than swords. She understood that while kings reign for years, dynasties endure for centuries, and it was in this longer game that she invested her strength. Her triumph was not of the moment, but of the future. From her came Henry II, the first of the Plantagenets, a king who would not only unite England, but stretch its dominion across the Channel into an empire of unmatched reach. Through Henry's marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, Matilda's legacy intertwined with one of the most powerful women of medieval Europe. Their sons, Richard the Lionheart and King John, would leave their marks, both glorious and infamous, on the story of England. Even centuries later, Magna Carta, the wars of the Angevins and the rise of English common law, all traced their roots to the dynasty Matilda had preserved. Think of it. A woman denied the crown in life became the mother of kings, the grandmother of legends, the architect of an age. Her hands may not have grasped the scepter, but her blood and spirit forged an empire that reshaped medieval Europe. Few crowned queens can claim to have left so enduring a legacy. Chroniclers, bound by their own prejudices and the gendered strictures of their age, often tried to confine her story to failure. To them, she was the woman who came so close to being queen and yet fell short. But history, when read with a wider eye, tells another tale. Matilda was not a woman broken by denial. She was one remade by it, who turned the bitterness of exile into the iron of dynasty. Her life forces us to ask, what is true queenship? Is it the crown placed upon one's head in Westminster Abbey? Or is it the ability to endure, to shape the future, to wield influence not only in the present, but across centuries? If the measure of a monarch is the reach of their legacy, then Matilda was every inch a queen. When we look back on her story, we see not only the hardships, the humiliations of defeat, the long years across the Channel, the throne that slipped from her grasp, but also the greater truth. From these hardships came resilience. From her patience came triumph. And from her struggle came a dynasty that ruled for generations. Thus, in the annals of history, Matilda remains not as a woman defeated, but as an unyielding queen without a throne. Her name endures not in the coronation rolls, but in the genealogies of kings, and in the very foundations of England's medieval power. She reminds us that queenship is not always about the crown worn in life. It is sometimes about the mark left on time itself. Her crown was denied. Her throne was taken. But her legacy? That was unassailable. When Matilda's own path to the English throne was blocked, she turned her vision toward the future. Though she had been denied her crown, she understood that the destiny of her house, and indeed of England itself, could still be secured through her son, Henry. From the moment of his birth, Henry carried not only the weight of his own lineage, but the unfulfilled hopes of his mother's struggle. He would not simply be the heir of Anjou and Normandy. He was the living embodiment of Matilda's claim to England. Matilda's exile was not a retreat, nor was it an end. Though she had been driven from England and her crown denied, she carried within her the unshakable conviction that her struggle was not over. If she herself could not sit upon the throne, then she would ensure that her son, Henry, would one day claim it with a force and certainty that no rival could resist. In the stone castles of Normandy, where the sea winds rattled shutters and the cold of winter lingered in damp halls, Matilda transformed her role from warrior queen to strategist mother. She recognized that the battle for England would not be won solely with swords on muddy fields, but with patience, preparation, and the shaping of a ruler capable of uniting loyalty across divided lands. Henry, still a child, yet already marked by his mother's ambition, was raised under a regime of rigorous instruction. His days were filled not merely with the physical training of a knight, the handling of the sword, the weight of chainmail, the discipline of the horse, but also with the deeper lessons of kingship. Matilda, who had once stared down nobles and bishops, who had argued her claim in the councils of men who dismissed her for her sex, passed on to her son the arts of diplomacy and persuasion. She knew, perhaps better than anyone, that words could win what weapons might not. In the echoing halls of Normandy's strongholds, she arranged for Henry to be tutored in law, in the customs of both the Normans and the English, and in the intricate web of feudal obligations that bound lord to vassal. He learned how to read not just manuscripts, but men, how to see loyalty in one glance and treachery in another. He was taught to be wary of flattery, to question promises, and to weigh the worth of those who swore allegiance. The chroniclers who later described Henry's youth speak of a boy restless with energy, bold in his actions, and quick of mind. But beneath that fiery nature was the iron framework laid down by his mother. Patience in the face of setbacks, endurance when the road grew long, and the steady belief that persistence would one day topple any obstacle. Matilda reminded her son constantly that he carried the bloodline of kings, not only of the Norman conquerors, but also of the ancient royal house of England, through her father, Henry I. His claim was not a fragile hope, but a birthright. She instilled in him a vision of destiny, a sense that his path was not merely personal ambition, but divine justice. Yet this education was not cold instruction. It was born out of sacrifice. Henry grew up watching his mother bear the scars of her struggle, the bitterness of betrayal by men who once swore loyalty, the humiliation of narrow escape, the endless weight of exile. From her, he learned that kingship was not adorned in gold, but forged in suffering. Every lesson he absorbed was tied to her example, every warning shaped by her experience. At night, when storms rolled across the Norman coast and the wind howled through arrow slits, Matilda would tell Henry stories of their cause. She spoke of England not as a distant land lost to them, but as a promise waiting to be fulfilled. She painted the throne not as a seat of luxury, but as a burden of duty. And she taught him that when the time came, he must not falter as others had, but press forward with a will strong enough to bend fortune itself. Thus, in exile, Matilda forged her greatest weapon, not armies of knights, not castles of stone, but a son molded into the image of a king. A boy who would one day become Henry II, the first of the great Plantagenets. Her struggle was his inheritance, her ambition his destiny, and her unyielding spirit the fire that would one day carry him across the Channel to claim England as his own. Henry Plantagenet was never simply the son of a dispossessed princess. From the very beginning, he stood at the crossroads of two powerful legacies, that of the Norman kings of England through his mother, and that of the ambitious, iron-willed lords of Anjou through his father. The marriage between Matilda and Geoffrey of Anjou had not been born out of affection, but out of strategy, orchestrated by her father, King Henry I. It was a union designed to secure alliances, bind together contested lands, and ensure that the blood of the Norman dukes and the Angevin counts would produce heirs capable of ruling across borders. Few could have imagined at the time just how fateful this marriage would be, or how the empire forged from it would alter the map of medieval Europe. Geoffrey of Anjou, known to his contemporaries as Geoffrey the Fair for his striking appearance, was more than just a handsome noble. He was bold, headstrong, and deeply conscious of his own lineage. With the Plantagenet sprig of broomflower as his emblem, he embodied the restless ambition of his house. Geoffrey was no mere provincial lord. He was a soldier of unrelenting vigor, a man who thrived in the chaos of battle and politics. His relationship with Matilda was turbulent, often marred by quarrels and distance. Yet for all their disputes, they shared one unshakable goal: the future of their children and the perpetuation of their dynasty. In the crucible of that union, Henry was shaped. From Geoffrey, Henry inherited more than just blood. He absorbed the Angevin temperament, fierce independence, relentless determination, and a warrior's spirit that did not bend before adversity. The lords of Anjou had carved their authority from contested lands, fighting for every inch of territory, and this tradition of endurance flowed directly into Henry's veins. Where Matilda gave him a sense of destiny, Geoffrey gave him the tools of conquest. Together, these dual inheritances made Henry not merely a claimant, but a conqueror in waiting. By the time Henry reached his teenage years, he already held sway over Normandy and Anjou, two of the most crucial regions in northern France. Normandy was the duchy that had once propelled William the Conqueror across the Channel to claim England itself. Anjou, with its rugged lords and tenacious warriors, had long stood as a formidable power in its own right. To possess both was to command an axis of power that could rival even kings. Yet Henry was not content to sit as master of these lands alone. He possessed an ambition that burned brighter than the borders of France. For Henry, the horizon stretched far beyond the Loire Valley and the fortified castles of Anjou. His gaze turned northward, across the treacherous waters of the Channel, to the Kingdom of England. England, the land that had once been his mother's by right, a land promised to her by the dying oath of her father, Henry I. England, the realm that had been usurped by Stephen of Blois, plunging the kingdom into years of war and unrest. For Henry, reclaiming England was not simply an act of politics or opportunism. It was an act of identity. It was the fulfillment of a destiny stolen from Matilda, a redemption of her long years of bitter struggle and painful exile. In Henry's mind, the conquest of England was inseparable from the memory of his mother's sacrifice. He had watched her endure defeat, humiliation, and betrayal, yet never surrender her claim. To abandon England would have been to abandon Matilda herself. Thus, the crown of England became, for Henry, both a prize and a sacred inheritance. Every campaign he launched, every castle he took, every ally he won brought him closer to that ultimate goal, not merely to sit on the throne of England, but to vindicate the woman who had carried its claim through fire and storm. The Angevin legacy had given him unyielding ambition. The Norman blood of Matilda had given him rightful claim. Together, these two forces propelled Henry beyond the ordinary limits of medieval lords. He was not destined to remain a count, nor merely a duke, but to forge a realm that spanned kingdoms, a realm where England and France would no longer be separated by sea, but bound under a single crown. This vision, born of both inheritance and necessity, set the stage for Henry's extraordinary ascent, and for the creation of the Angevin Empire itself. The year was 1153, and England stood on the edge of exhaustion. For nearly 2 decades, the kingdom had been torn apart by the bitter civil war known to later generations as the Anarchy. Since the death of Henry I and the disputed succession between his daughter Matilda and his nephew Stephen of Blois, the land had been plunged into chaos. Noblemen who once swore loyalty to the crown had grown restless and opportunistic, carving out private territories for themselves. Castles, hastily erected of stone and timber, dotted the countryside like jagged teeth biting into the land. They were not symbols of royal power, but of baronial defiance. Each stronghold belonged to a lord who served his own ambitions, often switching allegiance between Stephen and Matilda depending on which way fortune's wind blew. The common people, those who had no stake in dynastic feuds, bore the greatest suffering. Villages burned as rival lords raided each other's lands. Harvests were seized, granaries emptied, and churches looted to feed private armies. Chroniclers wrote of fields left barren, families reduced to famine, and roads made unsafe by roving bands of mercenaries. England, once consolidated under Henry I's strong hand, seemed a kingdom broken beyond repair. Into this fractured landscape stepped a young man many underestimated, Henry Plantagenet. He was only in his early 20s, yet he carried with him a weight that far exceeded his years. To some, he was the son of Matilda, that empress whose claim had brought the kingdom to ruin. To others, He was the heir of the Norman dukes, a descendant of the conqueror, rightful by blood to the throne his mother had failed to secure. And to his father's supporters in Anjou and Maine, he was a scion of their proud and restless house, bred for conquest. Henry's decision to cross the Channel with only a modest force might have seemed reckless, even foolish, to the cautious observer. What could a small band of followers accomplish in a land bristling with castles and crawling with mercenaries? Yet Henry's gamble was not made in ignorance. He knew that England was weary. The nobility, worn thin by decades of broken promises and shifting loyalties, longed for stability. King Stephen, once energetic and bold, was by now a shadow of his former self. His authority was crumbling, his household weakened by tragedy, and his reign increasingly seen as a spent force. Henry, by contrast, radiated vitality. He possessed a restless energy that seemed to draw men to him. Where Matilda had often been perceived, sometimes unfairly, as too proud, too unyielding, Henry's determination came across as vigor, ambition, and leadership. He spoke not merely of his mother's lost rights, but of a future that could be built anew, a future where order could replace chaos, and where England could once again be ruled as a single, united realm. When Henry landed in England, it was not with the thunder of an invading army, but with the quiet confidence of a claimant who believed destiny walked beside him. Chroniclers describe his charisma, his ability to inspire loyalty among both hardened knights and cautious barons. He had inherited his mother's iron will, but where she had alienated some with her imperious nature, Henry displayed a gift for compromise and persuasion. He understood that victory in England would not be won solely on the battlefield, but in the hearts and minds of those who had grown weary of war. Every step Henry took on English soil carried symbolic weight. Each castle that opened its gates, each noble who pledged tentative allegiance, was not merely a tactical gain, but a sign that the tide of history was turning. To those who had once dismissed him as the son of a failed claimant, Henry now appeared as something far greater, a leader forged from both the struggle of exile and the promise of renewal. Henry's return to England was not just an invasion, it was a reckoning. It was the living embodiment of Matilda's cause, reborn in younger, more dynamic form. Where she had fought and suffered, he would win and endure. Where she had been denied, he would prevail. And where England had been fractured, he would strive to make it whole. The land was weary, the people desperate, the barons calculating. All the pieces of a broken kingdom lay scattered across the board. Now Henry began to gather them, one allegiance, one promise, one act of boldness at a time, setting in motion the final chapter of the Anarchy and the dawn of a dynasty that would shape England for centuries to come. By the dawn of the 1150s, King Stephen's reign stood on crumbling foundations. Once a warrior king who seized the throne with audacity, he now bore the marks of 2 decades of ceaseless conflict. His armies, once vigorous and loyal, had grown weary and fractured. Men who had once sworn unbreakable oaths to his banner now questioned the worth of his crown. The long years of siege warfare, shifting alliances, and mercenary violence had drained not only the royal treasury, but also the patience of the realm itself. The kingdom groaned under the weight of chaos. Villages were scarred with burned cottages, castles stood half-ruined from relentless assaults, and fields lay untilled as peasants fled the endless shadow of war. Stephen, despite his personal bravery, no longer inspired the same confidence. Age pressed heavily upon him, and the promise of decisive victory slipped further out of reach with each passing season. His nobles, ever pragmatic, began to see less in Stephen a source of stability and more a fading figure whose reign offered only uncertainty. Meanwhile, Henry Plantagenet, the son of the Empress Matilda, brought a new energy to the conflict. Young, ambitious, and relentless, Henry pressed his claim not only with the legitimacy of blood, but also with the vitality of youth. His arrival in England reignited old loyalties to Matilda's cause, and his campaigns, though not overwhelming in scale, carried the aura of inevitability. Where Stephen faltered, Henry advanced. Where Stephen hesitated, Henry pressed forward. The contrast was stark, and in it, the barons began to glimpse the outlines of England's future. It was not a single battle that determined the outcome, but rather exhaustion itself. After nearly 20 years of turmoil, a generation of bloodshed, betrayal, and ceaseless struggle, the great lords of England longed for peace. Siege followed siege, castle toppled upon castle, and yet no decisive crown-changing victory came. The kingdom had bled enough. Both factions, recognizing the futility of further strife, edged toward a resolution born not of triumph, but of necessity. At last, in 1153, negotiations reached their conclusion with the Treaty of Winchester. In its terms lay the acknowledgement of a new order. Stephen would remain king until the end of his life, but he was compelled to recognize Henry as his adopted son and rightful heir to the English throne. This was no mere concession. It was the quiet admission that Stephen's reign had failed to secure its own future. Though he still wore the crown, its destiny now lay firmly in Plantagenet hands. For the supporters of the Empress Matilda, it was a vindication long deferred. Though she had never sat upon the throne she claimed, her persistence had carved the path for her son's inheritance. Her struggle, marked by dramatic reversals, perilous escapes, and bitter defeats, had not been in vain. The settlement represented not the victory of one man's ambition, but the endurance of a cause carried across generations. Thus, nearly 2 decades of civil war, remembered darkly as the Anarchy, came to a close. The kingdom, though battered, could at last breathe under the promise of unity. The Treaty of Winchester not only ended a chapter of turmoil, but also laid the cornerstone of the Angevin dynasty, a dynasty that would reshape England's destiny for centuries to come. When King Stephen drew his final breath in 1154, England exhaled with him. The kingdom, exhausted from nearly 2 decades of bloodshed, treachery, and ruin, was now at a crossroads. Stephen's death marked not just the end of a reign, but the end of the Anarchy, a war that had shattered England, reduced castles to rubble, villages to ash, and faith in kingship itself to a fragile shadow of what it had once been. Out of this wreckage, out of this long night of uncertainty, there emerged a new king. His name was Henry, son of Matilda, grandson of Henry I, heir not only to England, but to a vision long denied his mother. At just 21 years of age, Henry ascended the throne of England as Henry II. But the crown that settled on his brow carried with it more than a single kingdom. By inheritance, he possessed Normandy and Anjou, the proud continental domains of his Plantagenet line. Through marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, once Queen of France and among the most formidable women of her age, he gained a duchy of vast wealth and power, stretching from the Loire Valley to the Pyrenees. What he forged, in that moment, was no ordinary kingdom, but a vast Angevin empire, a realm that stretched from the Scottish border to the mountains of Spain, larger in wealth and territory than that of the French king himself. Yet this empire was not simply the product of youthful ambition, nor the sudden good fortune of a bold ruler. It was the culmination of a struggle that had begun with his mother Empress Matilda. She had fought for the crown that was hers by right, had been denied it by the whims of barons and the accidents of fate, had been exiled, humiliated, forced to watch from the shadows as Stephen wore the title that should have been hers. Yet Matilda never surrendered her claim, never abandoned her vision. Through her son, she now saw that vision realized. Henry was not merely a king. He was the living testament to Matilda's endurance. Every step he took in Westminster Hall, every decree he issued under his royal seal, every battle standard raised in his name, carried with it the weight of her legacy. Through him, her bloodline reclaimed the throne of England and built something greater than she could have hoped to rule in her own lifetime. The irony was bitter yet triumphant. The woman denied the crown became the mother of a dynasty that would shape England and France for centuries to come. With Eleanor of Aquitaine at his side, Henry's court became a furnace of culture, law, and political ambition. Eleanor brought not only lands of immense wealth, but also the traditions of Aquitanian chivalry, patronage of troubadours, and a fierce will to match Henry's own. Their union was stormy, filled with passion and conflict, but it was also a partnership of power. Together, they presided over a realm that stretched across half of Western Europe, a dominion so vast that chroniclers struggled to comprehend its scale. Henry was determined to restore the shattered authority of the English crown. Castles built without royal permission during the Anarchy were ordered demolished. Barons who had grown fat on war and plunder were reined in. The royal treasury, once bled dry by Stephen's endless concessions, was replenished with careful reform. Henry introduced legal innovations, itinerant justices, royal writs, the early seeds of common law, that gave England a system of justice extending beyond the whims of feudal lords. In time, these reforms would shape not only the governance of England, but the very concept of law in the Western world. But the true meaning of Henry's reign lies deeper than reform or conquest. His kingship was the embodiment of a dream carried through exile, through storm, through betrayal. Every castle that bent its knee, every charter that bore his name, every oath sworn in his hall was a reminder that the crown Stephen had worn was never truly his to keep. It belonged to the house of the conqueror, to the line of Henry I, to the blood of Matilda. Henry II's reign would not be easy. He would battle the church, clash with his sons, and face rebellion even within his own household. His marriage to Eleanor, as fiery as it was fruitful, would one day collapse into civil war between husband and wife, father and sons. Yet even in these trials, even in the betrayals and bloodshed to come, the foundation of the Plantagenet dynasty remained unshaken. Henry had secured what Matilda could not: a throne unchallenged, a realm vast and formidable, and a dynasty that would endure for centuries. Matilda, who lived long enough to see her son crowned, could finally rest in the knowledge that her struggle had not been in vain. Though she had been denied the throne, through Henry she had achieved something greater than personal rule. She had secured a legacy. Thus, the story of Henry II is not merely the story of a young king crowned in the ashes of civil war. It is the story of a mother's dream fulfilled through her son, of a woman's denied right transformed into a dynasty's triumph. The empress who never reigned nevertheless became the matriarch of one of the most powerful dynasties medieval Europe would ever know. And so, in the year 1154, with the crown of England upon his head and the vast Angevin Empire under his rule, Henry II became not only a king, not only a conqueror, but the living proof that Matilda's blood had prevailed. A legacy carved not from surrender, but from endurance. The Plantagenet dynasty, which emerged from the ashes of civil war and from the determination of a single extraordinary woman, would dominate the medieval history of England for centuries. It was not simply the dynasty of kings and conquerors, of castles and campaigns. It was a dynasty forged in the shadow of Matilda's struggle, and in many ways, it bore her imprint more deeply than that of any crown she never wore. From the moment Henry II placed the crown upon his head, every step of Plantagenet rule echoed Matilda's endurance. Henry himself embodied her resolve. He was a king of unrelenting energy, a ruler who crisscrossed his dominions, imposing order where chaos had reigned, reshaping the machinery of law, and asserting royal authority over barons who had once believed themselves untouchable. His empire, stretching from the highlands of Scotland to the valleys of Aquitaine, was not merely a coincidence of inheritance. It was the realization of his mother's dream, a dream born from the bitter fire of dispossession. Henry's sons, though often rebellious, carried fragments of her legacy too. Richard the Lionheart, renowned across Christendom for his martial prowess, carried in him Matilda's unyielding defiance. Where she had stood against Stephen, he would stand against Saladin, waging crusade with a relentless vigor that made his name legendary. King John, though remembered for treachery and failure, nevertheless shaped the history of English governance in ways that still endure. It was under John's rule that Magna Carta was born, a document that placed limits on royal authority, and in doing so, planted seeds of liberty that would flourish centuries later. Even in failure, the echoes of Matilda's struggle, her insistence on rightful rule, her unbreakable will, reverberated through her descendants. The Plantagenets who followed did not always reign gloriously, nor did they always rule wisely. But time and again, they returned to the same foundation. Legitimacy rooted in blood, sovereignty defended with ferocity, and the refusal to yield in the face of rebellion or rival claim. These were Matilda's lessons, etched into the DNA of the dynasty she birthed. To the Plantagenets, kingship was not merely possession, it was inheritance, an oath written in ancestry, an unbroken chain that stretched back through Matilda to the conqueror himself. And though Matilda herself did not live to see every triumph of her descendants, she lived long enough to know that her cause had not been in vain. In her final years, she withdrew from the turbulence of court and battle. She settled at the Abbey of Bec in Normandy, a place of quiet reflection, yet not of retreat. From those cloisters, she continued to correspond with her son Henry, advising him with the wisdom of experience and the steel of one who had wrestled with kings and barons alike. Even in old age, she remained a strategist, her voice carrying across the Channel, guiding the dynasty she had carved out of despair. In 1167, death finally claimed her. She was laid to rest in Rouen Cathedral, her tomb inscribed with the simple yet profound words, "Great by birth, greater by marriage, greatest in her offspring." She had never been crowned queen, but she was remembered by many as the Lady of the English. That title, though it fell short of a crown, carried a weight all its own. It was recognition that she had been England's rightful sovereign, even if fate had denied her the throne. Her legacy outlived her body, rippling across generations of Plantagenets. Each triumph they achieved, each calamity they endured, bore within it the seed of her struggle. Without her resilience, there would have been no Henry II, no Angevin Empire, no Plantagenet dynasty to shape the destinies of England and France alike. She was the root from which they sprang, the iron beneath their crowns. The dynasty she founded would burn brightly, but also violently. The Plantagenets would produce kings who were warriors, kings who were tyrants, kings who were reformers, and kings who lost it all. They would fight among themselves as bitterly as they fought their enemies abroad. Yet through it all, their claim to rule remained unshakable, for it had been sanctified by Matilda's endurance, legitimized by her sacrifice. And so, when we look upon the vast story of the Plantagenets, from the thunder of Richard's crusades to the humiliation of John at Runnymede, from the reforms of Henry II to the Wars of the Roses centuries later, we are, in truth, looking at the long shadow of one woman. A woman who never wore the crown but defined the dynasty that did. Matilda's story did not end with her. It lived on in every Plantagenet who sat on the throne, in every law they reformed, in every war they waged, and in every claim they defended. She was, in every sense, England's first queen in spirit, if not in name. When we speak of kings and queens, we often measure their greatness in glittering coronations, jeweled crowns, or the sweep of armies that bent before their banners. Victory, to the medieval chronicler, was the throne itself, the gold, the scepter, the recognition by church and nobility that marked a sovereign as divinely ordained. Yet in the story of Matilda, daughter of a king, mother of a king, and claimant to a throne that forever eluded her, we are reminded that legacy is not always bound to ceremony. Sometimes it lies deeper, carved into the marrow of a dynasty, whispered through centuries of rule, alive long after the gilded crown has been passed to another head. Matilda's story did not end in Westminster's echoing halls, nor in the cold, snowbound retreat from Oxford, when she fled across frozen rivers under cloak of night. It did not end with Stephen's soldiers mocking her failed claim, or with the barons who turned their oaths to her father into empty words. Those moments, though bitter, were not her conclusion. They were but chapters in a longer testament. For while Matilda never sat on the English throne, she planted the seed of a dynasty that would grow into one of the most formidable in medieval Europe, the Plantagenets. Her son, Henry II, did what she could not. He wore the crown denied to her, and with it he restored a kingdom shattered by civil war. But Henry's triumph was not simply his own. It was, in every sense, the culmination of her struggle. The empire he ruled, stretching from the windswept cliffs of Ireland to the vineyards of Aquitaine, from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees, was the realization of her vision of strength, authority, and legitimacy. When he sat in judgment, when he demanded loyalty from barons, when he pressed his seal into wax, he carried with him not only the authority of a king, but the legacy of a mother who refused to surrender her claim to justice and inheritance. Matilda's bloodline produced not only Henry, but a dynasty that defined the age. Richard the Lionheart, famed crusader and warrior, embodied her defiance and daring. King John, though notorious for his failures, gave rise to Magna Carta, a charter of liberties born of crisis, but one that would echo through history as the first step toward constitutional rule. From them flowed generations of kings, wise, weak, cruel, brilliant, yet all bound to the same unbroken chain of legitimacy that she had fought to preserve. The Plantagenet legacy, centuries of power, strife, reform, and conquest, began with Matilda's unyielding will. Her legacy, then, is not measured in the weight of a crown upon her head, but in the endurance of her cause. She was the architect of empire, though she ruled no kingdom, the mother of kings, though she was denied her own coronation, the unyielding claimant who, in defeat, shaped victory for all who followed. Through Henry's coronation, Through the rise of the Plantagenets, Matilda's dream triumphed, not in the fragile moment of a single reign, but in the enduring might of a dynasty. And so, the measure of her legacy is not the image of a queen enthroned in splendor, but that of a woman standing unbowed against the tide of betrayal and loss. It is the vision of a crown glimpsed yet never grasped, transformed into something greater, a lineage, a dynasty, an empire that carried her name through history. Matilda was more than the queen who might have been. She was the queen who defined what came after. She forces us to reconsider what it means to triumph. That sometimes victory is not in the crown worn, but in the empire secured for those yet to come. Her struggle, bitter and unyielding, left behind not silence but a dynasty whose echo shaped England for centuries. In the end, Matilda's epitaph, great by birth, greater by marriage, greatest in her offspring, was no idle praise. It was the truth of her life, the story of a woman who lost a throne, yet won a legacy greater than any crown. She was the mother of kings, the forger of destiny, the unyielding queen without a throne. Matilda was far more than a claimant to the English throne. She was a woman who embodied a rare combination of resilience, intellect, and unyielding determination in an age that seldom allowed women to wield such power. To understand her legacy, we must look not only at the wars she fought or the thrones she claimed, but at the character of the woman who dared to rise above every obstacle set before her. Born into empire as the daughter of Henry I, Matilda was raised in a court where ambition was constant and power precarious. From an early age, she was educated not as a mere princess, but as an empress, married into the Holy Roman Empire and accustomed to the weight of ceremonial authority. That experience left its mark on her, instilling a sense of dignity, command, and an almost regal distance that would later both aid and hinder her cause in England. Chroniclers who wrote of her did not always agree. Some, loyal to her rival Stephen, or skeptical of a woman in command, described her as proud, haughty, even arrogant. They painted her as cold, unyielding, and unwilling to bow to the customs of deference expected of women. Yet behind these hostile accounts lies another truth. Matilda's so-called pride was in fact the confidence of a rightful heir who refused to diminish herself to appease those who would deny her legitimacy. Contemporary allies and later historians saw her differently. To them, she was steadfast, courageous, and unwavering in her sense of justice. They wrote of her sharp intellect, her ability to command loyalty among some of the greatest magnates of her age, and her resilience in moments when defeat might have broken lesser spirits. She was not warm or pliant. She was forged in exile, sharpened by betrayal, and hardened by the bitter lessons of survival. Her strength was not only military or political, but deeply personal. Few figures of her time could endure what she endured. Perilous flights across frozen rivers, the loss of her crown at the moment of near victory, years of exile in foreign courts. Yet she did not break. Instead, she bent fate to her will, not for herself alone, but for her son Henry, who would go on to secure the throne and establish one of the most powerful dynasties in medieval Europe. Memory of Matilda has long been contested, reshaped by the biases of chroniclers, poets, and historians. To her enemies, she was a failed usurper. To her allies, she was the rightful lady of the English. But across centuries, one image endures, that of a woman who refused silence, who demanded recognition in a man's world, and who succeeded not by wearing the crown herself, but by ensuring that her bloodline and her struggle changed the course of English history. The woman behind the crown was not a saint, nor a conqueror without flaw. She was something more enduring, a pioneer who stood at the threshold of what it meant to be a female ruler in the medieval world. Through her strength, her memory became more than personal triumph. It became a symbol of what determination, resilience, and vision could achieve against the deepest resistance of custom and prejudice. In Matilda, we see not only the shadow of a throne denied, but the blazing light of a legacy secured. The story of Empress Matilda does not end with her exile, nor even with her withdrawal from the political stage. In truth, her story lingers, like an echo that refuses to fade, casting a shadow across the centuries of English monarchy that followed. She was denied the crown. She was slandered by chroniclers. She was driven across frozen rivers, cornered in castles, and rejected by lords who had once sworn allegiance to her cause. And yet, she endured. Matilda's life is a testament to a truth often ignored by medieval chroniclers. Power is not always measured in crowns, but in the legacy one leaves behind. For though she never wore the crown of England, her son Henry II would. Through him, she became the mother of a dynasty, the matriarch of the Plantagenet line, a line that would shape not just England, but the very fabric of medieval Europe. Think of it, the Angevin Empire, stretching from the wild mountains of Wales to the vineyards of Aquitaine, from the windswept coasts of Ireland to the Loire Valley in France. That empire, its glory and its turmoil, was born because Matilda refused to surrender her son's inheritance. But her shadow stretches even further. Each king and queen that followed her bore the weight of her struggle. Henry II's fiery temper, Eleanor of Aquitaine's indomitable will, Richard the Lionheart's relentless ambition, John's weakness and infamy, all of these threads find their origin in Matilda's defiance. She was the spark that lit the Plantagenet flame, and beyond dynasty, beyond empire, lies something deeper, the idea of female sovereignty. Before Elizabeth I, before Victoria, before Mary, there was Matilda, an empress who demanded to be recognized not as consort, but as ruler in her own right. Her claim forced England to confront a question it had never faced before. Could a woman sit upon the English throne? The answer in her lifetime was cruel, but the echoes of her fight, her will, her unyielding command, would resurface in later centuries. Elizabeth I herself, in defending her right to rule, stood upon ground broken by Matilda centuries earlier. Matilda's shadow also rests in the chronicles themselves. Though her enemies painted her with arrogance, posterity has sharpened her image into something more powerful: dignity, strength, conviction. Where once she was dismissed as too proud, now she is remembered as too strong for her age. A woman centuries ahead of her time. Picture her final days. The storms of her youth long past. Her political battles ended. She resides in Normandy, close to her son's growing empire. No longer pursued, no longer at war, but watching, ever watchful, as the future she had fought so bitterly to secure unfolds before her. Her body rests in Rouen Cathedral, her epitaph declaring, "Great by birth, greater by marriage, greatest in her offspring." And though these words reduce her to her lineage, those who know her story understand the truth. Her greatness was not borrowed from father, husband, or son. It was forged in her own unrelenting spirit. Today, Matilda's shadow is not a dark one. It is a legacy, an enduring reminder that history is not merely written by those who succeed, but by those who refuse to be forgotten. She may have been denied her crown, but she carved her name into the foundations of monarchy itself. And so when we speak of kings and queens, of dynasties and empires, we must always return to that storm-tossed empress, Matilda, the woman who could have been England's first queen, and whose shadow still lingers over the crown she never wore.
Subscribe for more untold history.